to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In Gaza, Israeli strikes have killed at least 38 Palestinians over the past 24 hours, including a mother and her 5 children, the youngest a 6-month-old infant. The family was sleeping at the time of the Israeli attack. Meanwhile, an Israeli court has ruled the prominent Palestinian doctor, Hossam Abu Safia, can be held for another 6 months in Israeli prison solely based on secret evidence. Abu Safia served as the director of the Kamal Adwan hospital in Gaza until he was abducted by Israeli forces in December. In the occupied West Bank, the Palestinian filmmaker Hamdan Bilal was released Tuesday from Israeli detention after being brutally attacked on Monday, first by a mob of masked Israeli settlers, then by Israeli soldiers. 3 weeks ago, Bilal won an Oscar for co-directing the documentary No Other Land about violent Israeli settlers trying to seize Bilal's community in Masafer Yatta. Bilal said Israeli soldiers held him overnight blindfolded and handcuffed at a military base. He spoke on Tuesday from a hospital in Hebron where he was receiving treatment.
You know, it's like overnight, it's like many times, but this is first time, okay? They came, the soldiers, with the settlers attacking me and beating me and destroyed me. This is first time, and this is it's like first I got it the Oscar also. So this is, it's like let you, it's like think why they attacking you like this. It's like hard attack after the Oscar. In the beginning, yes, there is attack, but not like this. The army they tried to stop the settler, but this is the attack. The soldiers, they came attacking me with the settlers.
Visit democracynow.org to see our interview Tuesday with Bassel Adra, who also co-directed No Other Land with Hamdan Bilal. In other news from the Middle East, an Israeli attack on southern Syria killed at least 6 people Tuesday. Meanwhile, the United States reportedly launched another 17 strikes on Yemen. The U.S. has been carrying out near-daily strikes on Yemen after Houthi fighters threatened to renew attacks on Red Sea vessels after Israel broke the ceasefire in Gaza.
In Washington,
D.C., several Democratic lawmakers are calling...
The task and purpose video is really good on, like, explaining what logistically was done and why.
Yeah, okay.
For Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and National Security Advisor Michael Waltz to resign after they discussed plans to bomb Yemen on a Signal group chat.
Waltz specifically.
Waltz had set up the
there's
chat,
no reason he shouldn't have resigned. It's crazy. Like that.
The guy, wait, the Waltz, the guy who added the journalist?
Yes.
Says he shouldn't resign. Okay.
Everyone thinks he should. That's what you do.
Yeah, you fuck up, you leave. But hey, I guess can we now blame Trump for this as well?
Oh, well, Trump has a response to it that's very funny.
Atlantic editor-in-chief Jeffrey Goldberg to join. On Tuesday, President Trump defended Waltz, saying he'd learned his lesson and was a good man. Democratic senators grilled Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard and CIA Director John Ratcliffe over their involvement in the Signal chat. This is Gabbard responding to a question from Democratic Senator Mark Warner of Virginia.
There was no classified material that was shared in that. So then, if there was no classified material, share it with the committee. You can't have it both ways. These are important jobs. This is our national security.
You want to know what
Tulsi Gabbard refused to say if she was on the group chat, even though there was a participant with the initials TG. Jack? We'll have more on this story.
Sorry.
You want to know what Trump said when he was asked about the chat?
Yes.
They said, what do you think about The Atlantic publishing this story about how you just had a major security breach? And I kid you not, he said, wow, I didn't know that. You're telling me just for the first time. Literally the quote.
This is the president. You're telling me for the first time.
That's the famous quote that he has. He's like, wow, I didn't know that. You're telling me that for the first time. He did that to, I think it was Ruth Bader Ginsburg's death when he was like doing that.
Yes, he did. Yep.
It's literally the same thing.
Amazing.
And then he just went on to say The Atlantic is terrible. That's all they're doing is say that, like, Well, he said something like, this is actually a pretty funny joke. He goes, the best place to hide a body is page 2 of The Atlantic because nobody would ever look there.
Okay, our Rumble is live. And it seems to be working fine, but it says that it is still sending the data, so I don't know. But yeah, no, that is that is very funny that was his response. Like, that's not gonna cut it, my dude.
Are you worried that you don't know about intelligence leaks in your own fucking admin?
Yeah, like, shouldn't that be something of concern to you?
Later in the broadcast. Gabbard and Ratcliffe were testifying before the Senate in a hearing focused on the U.S. intelligence community's new annual threat assessment. The annual report cited fentanyl and international drug gangs as top threats to the country, but the report now omits climate change as a major threat.
Neat.
This independent Senator Angus King questioning Gabbard.
Who decided climate change should be left out of this report after it's been in the prior 11? Where was that decision
I
made?
gave direction to our team at ODNI to focus on the most extreme and critical national security threats
Your
that we
direction
face.
include no comments on climate change?
Senator, as I said, I focused on the most extreme and direct.
I fucking love the gray streak. I fucking love it. It's so good.
I'd let her compromise me.
National
That's not a
security
response
threats.
to my question.
If you wanted somebody to convince the American people of unreality, Trump chose the right person. You distract these apes with fucking a pretty woman, and she can say whatever the fuck they want that she wants, and they will not believe a single. They will believe every single fucking word.
You gotta have the softening of the camera lens, you know?
Yes.
Don't look at her up close. Formaldehyde face.
The Senate hearing was disrupted by a
Formaldehyde? No.
Formaldehyde face.
Oh. Maybe? It sounds familiar. I couldn't tell you what it's from. Look, man. These people think Kristi Noem is attractive. These people think that the show me your genitals woman is attractive. Like, what about that Katie Britt woman? Hmm? What about her?
Like, conventionally pretty.
That's what I mean. Is like in a Republican, like, you got to look at it like a Republican who doesn't see anybody as attractive unless they're white.
I
right?
think Kristi Noem is prettier than a lot of the Fox News ladies, the blonde ladies and stuff. But, you know, Kayleigh McEnany is the #1 pretty bitch in the Fox News network. Because that's what she is, you know, that's her personality type. That's the archetype of the RPG that she plays. That's her class.
a Code Pink activist who called on the United States to stop funding Israel.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Witness will suspend.
That actually,
I love
you know what?
that
You make
Democracy Now! Still reports on these protests that, like, who cares that fucking Code Pink interrupted somebody? You know what I'm saying at this point?
Well, it's surprising that they haven't completely dropped Code Pink as like, oh, these people are doing something, because they do nothing.
They don't really platform them. They'll say like activist affiliated with Code Pink sometimes, but they don't like interview whatever Benjamin, her name is. Medea?
Medea Benjamin. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. They're good.
They might have, but they don't tend to platform those types of people.
Fantastic. I do see where you're coming from. They do have this obsession with, like, if a woman has a chin, they're a man kind of thing. It's like, it's very strange. Like, they have to be almost childlike for them to consider them feminine.
Yeah,
It's
Katie
very
Britt
strange.
is very childlike, and she talks to you like she's a child too.
Yeah, it's very, very strange. It's very odd. But I do see where you're coming from. But I think it's mostly to do with that. Like, I saw some tweets popping around from some conservatives talking about sexual maturity. I'm like, ooh, stop that. Stop that now. He looks incredibly alarmed. Look at him. Oh my God!
That's how he always looks. People keep saying, this is what it looks like when the FBI director's tripping balls. And I'm like, no, that's just his face. Can we not do this, please? He just looked like that.
Security is Israel and the whole world knows it. Stop funding Israel! Stop funding Israel!
A second Code Pink activist, the retired Army colonel, former diplomat Ann Wright, was removed from the hearing and arrested after she stood up to dispute a claim.
Was it Medea Benjamin as well?
I don't know, but of course it was Code Pink.
Yeah.
Constantly
by
interrupting.
committee chair.
Literally, like, none of these people care because you're Code Pink.
Yeah, everybody knows who they are. Like, why do they keep going?
Senator Tom
regroup and reorganize and have
a fucking information warfare network.
Yes. Yeah, like this is the thing, like if they were a real op, if they were real and genuine, they would dissolve and reform as something else to shed that that stigma, but it's got nothing to do with it. They're not activists. They're literal agents.
Cotton that Code Pink was funded by the Chinese government. Russia and Ukraine have agreed to enable ceasefire in the Black Sea and a halt to attacks on energy.
Anti-Code Pink, right?
Yeah.
Because that's the thing with Code Pink is they at least are principled.
Feminists.
No. They're principled about
what they complain about.
Bombs dropping.
Ah, yes.
So they may
I can
not
give them
care
that.
about Ukraine, but they'll just say that both sides are dying. That's a easy take to sell out on and pin them on, and I don't think that should really define them. But like in Syria right now, the Assadists hate them because they're still calling for ceasefires and recognizing the current government over Assad.
Interesting, because they're statists.
So, well, because also the jihadists are anti-Israel. It's very funny.
True.
It's very, very funny that all these people were like, it's an Israeli coup, and you fucking look at the messages from jihadists, and they're constantly talking about, like, praying that Hamas wins and stuff. They fucking hate Israel.
Yes.
And because Syria's, Islamists are, especially in the north, are more linked with the Muslim Brotherhood background, of course they're even more sympathetic to Hamas.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, is like, even though Hamas is technically an IRGC affiliate, and they probably hate Iran more than Russia, but it's just funny where it's like, who are the two states fucking with Syria now? Iran and Israel.
Yeah.
I mean, Turkey too, but...
Turkey's always been fucking with Syria.
But Turkey's actually the good guy in this situation, which is crazy.
That is crazy.
You know what I mean? They're not the great guy, but compared to... At least they're bringing a resolution, you know?
Yeah. So, did they... Is that from the reporting that all of this is out, or is this doxing? That they're just like, oh, all of these people are on Signal. Looks like we're finding their info.
Oh, I mean, that's the thing is they literally compromised agents, which is funny that they say that it's not classified.
They compromised agents?
Yeah. So that's one of the things that was, like, held back.
Wow.
And they pushed for the way they responded made it inevitable that the entire fucking report in chat was going to be released. Because they're
So because
they're
they're denying
fucking
it.
stupid.
Yeah, so because they were denying it so fervently and just dodging it, they compromised agents as a result.
Well,
That's
that was
great.
the response was nothing was classified. And that's continually what they said.
Second code pink activist, the retired Army colonel,
There
former
she is.
diplomat Anne Wright,
Is that her?
was removed
Maybe
from
it's
the
not.
hearing and
No,
arrested
different.
after she stood up to
Anne
dispute.
Wright, I think she said her name was.
Yeah,
So
they get a
different
lot of
code pink.
women involved with this.
Yeah. It's probably easy to drag them into a feminist movement and then weaponize them with information warfare. It's probably very easy, and then you condition them that people telling you other stuff is wrong and incorrect, and bam, you've got a cult.
But, like, judging by their response in Syria, I'd say that they're not Iranian funded.
No, they're Chinese funded.
Yeah, but I think they're also Russian funded.
Yeah, that there's well.
I love
I'm
the
not-
Pelosi telling them
I'm
to go
not-
back to
yes.
China.
Yes,
But it wasn't
that
Code
was
Pink
funny.
who was talking to her, I think.
Oh, wasn't it? I swear it
was
was.
an IRGC affiliate at the time, which
same-
is what
same
was
thing.
funny about it.
But yeah, no, they're definitely funded by China. Russia is a bit more of a
Which
question.
is perfectly acceptable. You know,
Yeah.
if they're a legitimate NGO, then
So be it, yeah.
foreign governments should be more than welcome in investing in them.
Yeah, yeah, but it's just the transparency issue that I have a problem with, and that's what we want is transparency.
I think
Like if
that-
we get money,
I
we'll
think
tell
it
you
would be
who we get
good
money from.
for donors to be disclosed and things like
Yeah.
that.
Like that'll be something that we try and do within reason, of course.
I'm also
We'll be
curious
telling you
in
who gives us money.
how dependent they are. Like how much free thinking Benjamin actually has, because she really likes that one guy with the bug eyes that people like, Hughes. Christopher Hughes.
Oh, Chris Haynes.
Yes, he's got the eyes like this.
Yes, no, I have a video. You sent a video, I think, or I picked a video to put on with him. But yes, they fucking
He's
love
done
that guy.
Some reporting that like,
Yeah,
especially
he's
during
strange.
the Iraq period,
He's a strange guy.
but fuck him.
A claim by committee chair Senator Tom Cotton that Code Pink was funded by the Chinese government.
Cotton.
Russia and Ukraine have agreed to a naval ceasefire in the Black Sea and a halt to attacks on energy
A naval
infrastructure after the
ceasefire.
United States held talks with both countries.
What Navy?
Yeah, exactly.
Russia be losing ships like crazy, clearly.
And Saudi Arabia.
If they're in port on Crimea, are they in the Black Sea? If they're in port, are they legitimate targets?
I don't think we need to push on anything. You know, don't push Vladimir Putin's buttons. He's gonna find a reason to break the ceasefire anyway.
Yeah.
But key details still need to be sorted out. Russia
I say Ukraine waits, and if he breaks the ceasefire, fuck up his fleet. Like, just focus it. Just be like, you break the ceasefire, you will lose your fucking Black Sea fleet. And just fucking annihilate.
I'm gonna make a soundbite real quick, so I'm not gonna hear anything.
Yeah, but this is what I mean. Like, just prep a bunch of drones and stick them somewhere. And then when the time is right and he breaks that ceasefire like he inevitably will, sink those ships. Bye, boat. Bye-bye. Bye-bye-bye. What would be cool is also keeping them in the Black Sea. So making Turkey keep them in the Black Sea, not letting them out, and just fucking scuttle them in the in the fucking Istanbul waters, right in port. Fuck them. Fuck them.
said the Black Sea ceasefire will only go into effect after the lifting.
And imagine if they lose the Black Sea fleet and then China takes Eastern Russia and they lose the Vladivostok port as well, Russia would be fucked. That would literally kill Russia as an empire. It would. It would quite literally kill Russia as an empire. No Pacific Fleet, no Black Sea Fleet, no Mediterranean coverage. They only have the Arctic coverage. And now that NATO included Sweden and Finland, they have the Baltic Sea covered too. Russia's fucked. Like, Russia has no negotiating position if China was to take Eastern Manchuria? Yeah, Manchuria and like Eastern Russia and all the way up to the Arctic. It would also make China an Arctic country, which gives them that sort of, that argument for the Arctic Circle as well. I think that this might be more of an actual thing than we give it credit for. I might need to talk to some people who know more than me. But that might actually, because I've been saying this for a while, that like they've been looking, and we watched a video the other week about it as well, and I don't know, if China goes for Taiwan and literally the entire world is opposing them on it, why wouldn't they go for Russia? Russia can't fight them. There's no fucking way Russia would be able to fight China. There's no way. The only reason that they're still surviving in Ukraine is because the West isn't involved. Like, it's fucking, like, people are looking at Russia fighting Ukraine like it's a peer-to-peer battle. It really isn't. Like, they might have the equipment because they've been given it, but it isn't a peer-to-peer fight. It's grossly in Russia's favor, and they're struggling. And if they're struggling in Ukraine, what chance do they have of, one, they couldn't put their logistics together to enter Ukraine and take the capital in 3 days. They couldn't do it. You think they're going to logistically survive across the entire country of Russia? And then China isn't going to fuck them up on the way if they try? There's no way. There's no way. China literally covers half of Russia. They could fuck them up at any point. Any point. I do not see a conclusion of a fight between Russia and China where China doesn't win and takes the east of Russia.
A pussy telephone.
Like, there's no, for me at least, there's no feasible option for Russia. Like, China has better planes, better tanks, better guns, probably better trained soldiers, better logistics. Like, Russia's nothing. Why are we still entertaining Russia like it's a real threat? Because they have nukes? Do they work? Do we know? Also, what? He uses nukes, Finland inserts over the border and fucks them up. And fucking cuts it off. They're right there. Like, you think Finland doesn't have a plan to cut Russia off from their nuclear weapons? Of fucking course they do. You'd be stupid not to. Like, I'm just talking out my ass here. I'm just sort of theorizing. Like, don't take any of this as like a statement of fact. But I don't know. Tell me I'm wrong. Like I would love to see an actual argument of like why that wouldn't be the case. Because like I'm just spitballing, as I said. So, you know, if anybody has an opinion, throw it up there.
International sanctions on Russian agriculture and fertilizer exports. Vice President J.D. Vance has announced in a social media video that he'll join a high-level Trump delegation going to Greenland this week following President Trump's threats to seize the semi-autonomous territory from Denmark.
Speaking for President Trump, we want to reinvigorate the security of the people of Greenland because we think it's important to protecting the security of the entire world. Unfortunately, leaders in both America and in Denmark, I think, ignored Greenland for far too long. That's been bad for Greenland. It's also been bad for the security of the entire world. We think we can...
What do you know about Greenland, you fucking mongoloid fuckwit? You fucking knuckle-dragging, mouth-breathing fuck. What do you know about Greenland? Greenland is near Canada? Canada is 51st state, so Greenland should be too. I'm smart.
And take things in a different direction, so I'm going to go check it out.
On the delegation, Vice President Vance will...
It would be funny if they fucking heave-hoed him into the ocean. Like people heave-ho people out of bars.
be joining his wife, Second Lady Usha Vance, National Security Advisor Michael Waltz, and Energy Secretary Chris Wright. Greenland and Denmark have accused the United States of putting unacceptable and aggressive pressure on Greenland by sending the uninvited delegation. The American Civil Liberties Union has accused President Trump of despising.
You can refuse them entry to your country. You know that, right?
What do you think? You think that soundbite came out good?
What soundbite?
I sent you the link. Good?
Yes. I'm gonna start replacing the
That's definitely
Anna Kasparian
one for Tulsi there. You know, you can save it as a temp.
No, that I might keep.
Like
that
how
one,
we,
actually.
what did we bring back just for the one day?
Cannot remember. I'm gonna start replacing the Anna Kasparian ones.
You are garbage, okay? You're garbage.
They're so
I'm
good,
fucking
though.
better than you. You can call me whatever the fuck you want. At this point, I don't give a shit. I'm fucking better than you.
Can you redo that one? Make it much louder.
Can you send me the raw file?
It should be in the drive.
Yeah.
It's
just an MP3?
better. It's better than you. It'll be in the redone ones. It'll be in the remastered ones. Also this one.
You are garbage, okay? You're garbage.
Although I think that one might be loud enough.
If you can send me the file, that's the easiest way, because I'm looking for it, and there's just so much here.
Okay. Hold on.
Like, I'll have it locally on my computer as well.
Yeah.
But if you can just send me an MP3 file that I can just download, and hell, I probably still have the project still.
Maybe.
Oh, Brother Spider-Man.
Yeah. That's right. That's the one we brought back.
You know when they got the belt with the bombs on it? I love that one.
Oh
I don't
my
think
god,
he's safe.
Brother Spider-Man is wanting to saving me from crazy Iblis.
I don't think you saved the belt with the bombs on it. But that one's fucking hysterical.
You know how when they put on the belt with the bombs on them, and just before they get ready to go off, they say Allah u Abba?
Brother Spider-Man.
And then also, the other one that I never hear you play is constitutionally incapable of shutting the fuck up.
I play it all the time. They're kind of quiet.
You are constitutionally incapable of not shutting the fuck up.
Well, I got that project right in front of me.
About to get fucked up, bitch beetle.
They could all be louder, honestly.
Yeah, I can open that project right here.
My brother, this is haram.
Did that not work?
Formaldehyde face.
Oh my god, Brother Spider-Man is wanting to saving me from crazy Iblis.
Now that you hear the formaldehyde face line, do you know what it's from?
No, I still couldn't tell you what it's from.
They Live.
Yes, when he first sees them.
He goes into the shop,
Yes,
and he's trying to explain
sees
to the
them.
shopkeeper.
He's doing this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And the shopkeeper goes, "Hey, buddy, you're out of line."
I need to just record this one for my friend. I think she'll find it funny.
Oh my God, brother Spider-Man is wanting to saving me from crazy Iblis.
Perfect.
Unpresidential behavior after he signed a new executive order targeting the law firm Jenner & Block, the sixth law firm hit with sanctions in recent weeks. The ACLU said, quote, "This is part of a larger effort to knock out the pillars of a free society: journalists, universities, the legal profession, and the court."
I'm with the Nazis.
Jenner & Block
How about
has
that?
been involved in several lawsuits against the Trump administration's policies targeting transgender individuals and asylum seekers. Trump criticized the firm in part for once employing Andrew Weissman, who served as lead prosecutor in Robert Mueller's special counsel's office that investigated Trump's ties to Russia. In related news, the Washington Post reports many big law firms are now refusing to represent critics of Trump, including former Biden officials, out of fear the president may target their firms as well. The AAUP, the American Association of University Professors, and the Middle East Studies Association have sued to block the Trump administration from arresting, detaining, or deporting international students and faculty involved in Palestinian rights protests. One lawyer involved in the case accused the Trump administration of creating a, quote, climate of repression and fear on university campuses across the country.
Wait, hold on. Have the Russian ships not been going through Istanbul the whole time? Or is the Black Sea Fleet trapped? Because I was under the impression that they were leaving the Mediterranean to the Mediterranean and Syria and shit the whole time. Maybe I'm wrong.
Country, unquote. In related news, a judge has blocked the Trump administration from deporting and
How easily would it be to get Ukraine to put sea mines in the Black Sea? Maybe that could be an option.
Seo Chung, a 21-year-old Columbia University student who participated in pro-Palestine demonstrations on campus. She's a legal permanent resident who's lived in the United States since she was 7 years old. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is arriving in El Salvador today, where she'll tour the maximum security mega-prison complex detaining hundreds of Venezuelan immigrants and asylum seekers sent by the United States after the Trump...
I had a feeling that's how it was. Because who's on the other side of the Black Sea? Is it Iran? No, it's Azerbaijan? Hold on. Georgia. Okay, so Georgia and Turkey. Ah. Okay. Mostly Turkey. Bottom of Russia. And Georgia. No, it's still Russia. Georgia has a little bit. Because the little chunk of Georgia that they occupy is on the Black Sea. That makes sense. Interesting. Oh, Kerch is right there. Interesting. They got these dotted lines around fucking Crimea. Are they in Crimean ports or are they in Russian ports on the Black Sea? Yeah. Yeah, I would imagine it had quite a bit to do with it because Russia wasn't able to have material support for Assad.
Trump administration...
Well, it's they can't even go around Europe. They can't even go in the Baltic Sea. They literally have to go around the Scandinavian countries. They have to go up. Like, It's so like their invasion has fucked them so hard. Like Russia could be in a much better position had he just not invaded.
Accuse them without evidence of being members of the Tren de Aragua gang. Human rights groups have documented gross violations at the mega prison built by the government of Salvadoran President Nayib Bukele in 2022.
Beautiful. That means more wear and tear on their ships. It means less ships on the ocean. It means less submarines. It means less of everything. Fantastic. That is a fantastic outcome for Russia.
After he began enforcing a state of emergency, protesters took to the streets of San Salvador Tuesday.
We condemn the use of our land as an imperial prison and the attempt to turn our territory into free zones for neo-fascist experimentation. We demand the immediate release of all kidnapped Venezuelan migrants. We demand unrestricted respect for their human rights, due process, and the right to migrate.
On Monday, a U.S. federal judge condemned how the Trump administration expelled the Venezuelans to El Salvador without due process. U.S. Circuit Judge Patricia Millett said, quote, Nazis got better treatment under the Alien Enemies Act than has happened here. She was citing how the Wartime Act was invoked during World War II. In Sudan, at least 54 people were killed Tuesday in a military airstrike on a market in the western village of Tora in North Darfur. Meanwhile, the United Nations is warning.
No, they got camped.
Okay, so I accidentally sent one of them twice, but I just remastered those three. And then if you want to send me the Anna ones. Unless I find them before then.
Hold on.
I don't give a shit.
I'm fucking
What's
better
that?
than you.
What's
You
I don't
are
give a
garbage,
shit.
Okay, you're garbage.
It's literally titled I don't give a shit.
What is it though?
They're in the remaster.
You can call me whatever the fuck you want. At this point, I don't give a shit. You
Okay,
can call me
found that
whatever
one.
The I am better than you isn't in the remaster.
I found that one. I don't give a shit. Rather be a social justice warrior. I found that one. Do you watch TV? Only news. Kung Fu Panda.
I am not sure where this is.
Hurts my brain.
Yeah, I'm not. This is the problem when you make 35 folders for.
Well, this is all in the same folder. That's the thing, is there's hundreds of sound bites to find.
Yeah. Woohoo, milk girls. I'm not sure where it is. I'm just gonna upload it.
Well, I think the reason why some of those are quiet is because they weren't remastered.
Ah.
So that's what I'm saying. If you send me the fucking file.
It's up. It's just uploading to the sound folder.
That's fine.
All right.
Why did I waste time creating this brain rot? I know exactly what that one is. Do you remember this one?
Yeah.
What are you laughing at?
Hold on.
I love Hitler.
That one. I wasn't sure whether that was it. Fucking amazing.
I will be a soldier
In the bunker.
and I will die for my country.
Yeah, we have soldiers!
In the bunker.
It's so fucking stupid that like you'd only understand if you were like really in on our fucking jokes.
militia known as the White Army. In South Korea, at least 24
What is
people
that?
have
White
died
Army?
in the
Go
nation's
back.
worst
Is that
ever
South Sudan?
wildfires. More than
Yeah, it
triple
was.
here.
Nice.
Due process citing
Nice
how the
reporting,
Wartime
Democracy
Act
Now!
was invoked during World War II. In Sudan, at least 54 people were killed Tuesday in a military airstrike on a market in the western village of Tora in North Darfur. Meanwhile, the United Nations is warning South Sudan is on the brink of renewed civil war as fighting escalates between government forces and a rebel militia known as the White Army. In South Korea, at least 24 people
like
have
how I
died in the
only heard
nation's
the word
worst
White
ever
Army,
wildfire.
and I
And you knew?
immediately knew
Yeah.
it was South Sudan. Like, the White Army, out of like the witchcraft groups and some would say voodoo groups, but it's technically not
Yeah.
voodoo because voodoo is only Haitian. It's like hoodoo.
Oh, it's
But-
Haitian, is it?
Yeah, because it's a fusion religion.
I thought it was like a Louisiana thing. Like it came from Louisiana.
No, it's a fucking Haitian thing.
Crazy.
But in like French, it's the same word for both.
Voodoo.
Like, yeah, it's gris for both religions, even though they're different.
Gris.
Which is what matters because, you know, Louisiana French, Africa French. But
Well, I
anyway,
imagine
the
there's
White
probably a lot
Army
of-
is
Are there a
like,
lot of
I don't
Haitians
want
in
to use the
Louisiana?
word cool. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Because nothing what they do is cool or based in any way. But out of these like mythical anti-Balaka type troops, I think they're more of the more interesting, and it's only the lore behind them. Like they're like they're like the propaganda puts them out as they are like actually like demons that are prophesized.
Okay.
And only the prophet can tell you where they're going to strike next and stuff.
Mm.
And then they like they actually whiteface themselves.
Great.
They like take ash and cover their whole bodies in the ash.
Okay. All right. Just want the group
Yeah.
chat here?
Yeah, just the beginning.
Okay.
And we have to cover a lot of dark shit on this show, so today we're starting with the fun stuff. On Monday, The Atlantic's editor-in-chief, Jeffrey Goldberg, someone we know very well, and is just him being involved in this story is so perfect and hilarious. But Jeff dropped this blockbuster story on us. Somehow, Mike Waltz, Trump's national security advisor, looped Jeffrey Goldberg in on a group chat on Signal. For those who don't know, Signal is an encrypted communications app that is widely used by government people, reporters, activists, anyone who's concerned about security because it's open source and it's largely viewed as being the most secure. The group that Jeff got added to was called Houthi PC Small Group. The Houthis, even the name is so funny. The Houthis are referring to the Houthi rebels, an extremist group based in Yemen that the U.S. has been bombing for years because they were firing missiles and drones at ships in the Red Sea. PC stands for Principals Committee, which is a meeting hosted by the National Security Advisor that includes literally the top national security officials in the U.S. government, the head of the FBI, for example, the Secretary of Defense, the National Security Advisor, the Secretary of State. And small group is what you call a White House Situation Room meeting when the subject is sensitive and you want to limit the number of people involved and disinvite some people that you find annoying. So Jeff gets looped onto this group chat. And all of a sudden, he's just seeing messages from Mike Waltz, J.D. Vance, Deputy Assistant Secretary Marco Rubio, actual Secretary of State Steve Witkoff, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, some undercover CIA officer is on this thread. And they are literally talking about whether or not the U.S. should bomb the Houthi rebels in Yemen. They're making a policy decision. Here's Jeff Goldberg describing for Jen Psaki what exactly was discussed on this group chat. This comes after they made the policy decision and they were talking about execution of this bombing raid.
The specific time of a future attack, specific targets, including human targets, meant to be killed in that attack, weapons systems, even weather reports, that the government is I don't know why Hegseth was sharing it with everybody. I mean, the precise detail, and then a long section on sequencing. This is going to happen, then that is going to happen. After that happens, this happens. Then that happens. And then we go and find out if it worked. I mean, you know, he can say that it wasn't a war plan, but it was a minute-by-minute accounting of what was about to happen.
Sounds pretty classified to me, Ben. For what it's worth, and it's not worth much, here's Pete Hegseth denying the allegations and blaming it all on Jeff Goldberg during a brief press availability in Hawaii.
You're talking about a deceitful and highly discredited so-called journalist who's made a profession of peddling hoaxes time and time again, to include the hoaxes of Russia, or the fine people.
This was literally after it was
hoax,
confirmed.
or suckers
And he had
and losers
no
hoax. So
fucking
this is the guy
clue
that
it's already been
peddles
confirmed by
in
his
garbage.
own
This
admin.
is what he does. I've heard I was characterized. Nobody was texting war plans, and that's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
He literally is speaking an alternate right-wing language. So Ben, Trump's top intelligence officials also parroted a lot of these lines or played dumb at a congressional hearing today. Several reporters have since pointed out after Jeff's story posted that Steve Witkoff was in Moscow as he was receiving many of these signal messages. So Ben, we should just say for the record, PC
and they
meetings
asked
are
Tulsi if she knew that,
always in the White House
and they
Situation
got her to
Room
say
because
no.
they're almost always highly classified. You can join remotely, but only via secure government video technology. There was clearly classified information discussed on this chain. Like any prospective military action is like de facto classified, and pretending otherwise is nonsense. And Witkoff yucking it up from Moscow is like jaw-droppingly stupid. The knives are now out for Mike Waltz. A person close to the White House told Politico,
He
quote,
needs to
everyone in
resign.
the White House can agree on one thing. Mike Waltz is a fucking idiot. Ben, your reaction to this disaster?
I mean, it's such a wide-ranging disaster. It's hard to find one entry point. I was in probably hundreds of PCs and small groups, and just to give people a sense of how tight the security is. When I was traveling, I remember one time, for instance, I was traveling in Oregon. I was on like a family vacation, and I had to join a PC. I had to drive an hour and a half to an FBI field office
Right.
to be escorted into a room with a secure video connection into the Situation Room. And I didn't think twice about that. I mean, like the idea that I'd just be on my phone is nuts. So the first point is that this is not normal. Like this is not something that anybody else has ever done.
People
this is fucking insane. That's the first point.
profiling this.
The second point is
as them being on
just
Signal
adding Jeff
to get away
Goldberg
with
is one of the dumbest fucking things I've
like
ever heard of in my life. And Mike Waltz should be fired.
Freedom of
I mean, if there's not
Information Act
accountability
request 'cause it
for, I
deletes
mean,
shit.
because what if he added?
I
you know,
don't
if he's
agree with that
like
framing.
searching G's. What if he added? You know,
They are on
like,
there
I
because
don't know,
they're fucking
it could be
lazy
anybody,
and
right?
stupid,
Like he doesn't know
not
who he added.
because they're
That
fucking
guy wasn't an H name.
malicious.
If he added an actual Houthi,
like
you
a
know?
Houthi in there. I mean, the thing is, like, Jeff is like a very like inside the
Not that they aren't
Beltway
malicious.
guy. Like he was going to be very cautious about this, and they're attacking him. He didn't do anything other than receive their signal texts. Like, so that's the second point is like the dumb fuckery of adding Jeff
It's just
Goldberg
that
to it.
their
Then
laziness comes first. That the whole
fact
admin,
that-
all of them.
And
not
we can get
Tulsi,
into time. We should
not
get into kind of
Rubio,
what we learned about
but the
various
rest.
characters. and the role they're
Laziness
playing.
first,
especially JD Vance, yeah.
malice
Exactly.
second.
But the fact that Pete Hegseth texted these war plans, and Jeff was very specific. He had, these are what are called, so for people who wanted to come to Pod Save the World for jargon, strike packages, right? This would only be on high side email, would never be on unclassified email. It'd be on you had to be on a special computer to read it, and it would have things like what time we're going to hit, what military we're going to use to hit, from this aircraft carrier or these cruise missiles or these planes, what targets we're hitting. It's a war plan, whatever the fuck Pete Hegseth says. It lays it all out. Why he needed to text that on Signal is insane to me. I mean, just send the thing on high side email. And by the way, even if you're going to be dumb enough to be on Signal, just say like, I sent the information on high side. If he actually put any of this information in the Signal chat, to me, what that suggests is a degree of reckless incompetence. And that's I think what we have to keep repeating. This is reckless incompetence. But even worse for Hegseth, I think it was probably him like showing off for his buddies. Like, hey man, look at the strike package.
This is how
like,
the
this
leaks
is the time
always
we're gonna
happen.
hit the Houthis. I also have questions.
Showing
Was
off.
he drunk? actually serious about this. Like,
Yes.
What do we know about what? How did this information get on his phone? Did you think about this, Tommy?
Yeah.
Like,
Of course he was
if it was
drunk.
on a high side email, did he have someone move it to unclassified email so he could cut and paste it? Did he take a picture
They
of it
do
and send it
have
to his
it.
buddies? Like, there are all kinds of questions about the Hegseth role in this.
Yeah, it's really interesting. As long as we're doing jargon, I
There's-
wondered if they were talking about a
There's
con op,
literally
which is
no
a
reason
military
to do
term for
any of
concept
this
of
except for
operations. It's like
laziness.
kind of like a high-level planning document that outlines how a military mission is going to be executed. And again, like you said, like this is something very
Like,
classified.
man,
that
can't
you
we
get
just do it on
from the
our
Joint
phones?
Staff. It does sound like John Ratcliffe today at the hearing was saying that when he got to the CIA, for the first day of the job, he
It's
had
just so funny because this is
Signal
the Hillary
installed
email
on his
people.
unclassified.
Yes.
And
yes.
just wait till we get to the fucking Fox News dodging. Every single time they're gonna say it's nothing compared to what Hillary Clinton's emails were.
Oh my god.
What?
Computer. And just so folks know, I mean, when Ben and I were in the White House,
Well, see, saying he was drunk for sure, I don't know about that. It was a multiple day thread.
No. When he posted the entire war plan.
Oh, yes. Maybe. It's very possible. Yo, guys, check this shit out.
Literally War Thunder forums. Shit.
Amazing.
We
I
had
wonder
three
if War
computers.
Thunder has
We had an
posted memes
unclassified
about
computer,
this. Like,
and
it
then
wasn't
there
us
was
this
a
time.
computer on the military's network, which was basically a secret level, and then there was a top secret computer. Now, I have no idea what the tech and the infrastructure looks like these days,
secret
and I know that
computer.
the CIA, even back then, had its own kind of internal mail system. So I guess you can imagine a scenario where, like, top leaders at the Pentagon have some kind of unclassed system that has Signal on it. But again, to your point, like clearly they were transferring stuff from the classified side to this unclassified system and then sending it on Signal, which is a massive no-no. And it was very funny, Ben. You notice how Hegseth kept saying in the chat itself things like, we are currently clean on OPSEC, meaning operational security, as these texts are just rolling into Jeff Goldberg's laptop
so
and
funny.
into Steve Witkoff's
This is the big
phone
thing that
over
you've
in Moscow.
seen a lot of
Like,
people
what are you talking
posting.
about, Pete?
Well, that's the thing.
They're constantly saying, "We're
the
clean on
US
OPSEC."
taxpayer pays a lot of money to make sure that we have encrypted communication systems. So you don't need to use Signal. The only reason you use Signal is so that you can like go out and be out of the office. It's purely, these are guys that just don't want to actually be at fucking work to do their jobs.
Oh, but
to
don't
your
work
point
at
about,
home.
I mean, moving from the Hegseth of it all.
Everyone back
if
to
Steve
the
Witkoff
office.
was on this text thread from Moscow, that's mind-blowing to me,
Mind-blowing.
because if you traveled even back in the relatively peaceful Obama years to a place like Russia or China, you weren't even supposed to bring your phone. Like, we had to leave our phones on Air Force One in China.
We had to leave them on the plane in France.
Yeah, they'd give you burner phones. Like this is like, so if Steve Witkoff carried this phone around Russia with him and was on this thread, it doesn't matter the signal encryption. They're in his phone anyway. They can see what's on his phone. They have cameras everywhere. Like, the idea that this was not compromised in Moscow is hard for me to believe. And we know that the
Wait,
Russians.
what about Moscow? What? Who is in Russia?
The CIA guy.
Ah, okay.
Or something. No, I don't know.
Our allies
Okay.
with Iran, like, it's far-fetched, but they could have chosen to like alert the Houthis to this, right, in ways that could have endangered the operation, endangered our U.S. troops. They clearly didn't do that. But I mean, these are the fact that this didn't run through Steve Witkoff's head. Maybe I shouldn't be on a sensitive text thread about a military operation while I'm in Moscow.
Yeah.
These people are so reckless and incompetent.
Again, you don't need DIY encryption. Like, even when we were in the government, which is like more than a decade ago, the senior military leadership would join secure video conferences with the president of the United States from their airplanes. We have amazing technology. We have secure comms. You don't have to use your phone in a signal chat. And Ben, it's like, the other thing that was interesting was J.D. Vance's view in all this, where he both suggested that Trump didn't really understand what he was doing, but also J.D.'s opposition to bombing the Houthis was all framed as being mad at Europe, which was just bizarre to me. But I wonder what you made of that piece of it.
Yeah, so we learned a few things. So JD Vance trash talks Europe and says we're only doing this to help the Europeans, which I don't remember the Europeans like asking us to bomb the Houthis.
And nor do I.
It's the Israelis that actually have like been going after the Houthis. So he tries to play smart guy. Like JD Vance on this Signal thread sounds like he's auditioning for like a guest role on the All In podcast or something. He doesn't know what he's talking about, but any opportunity this guy gets to take a whack at Europe, he takes. That jumped out to me. Marco Rubio, absent. Like we don't really hear from that guy on the text thread.
No big ideas.
Stephen Miller is the domestic policy guy. We never had the domestic policy person in a conversation about military strikes. He got the last word. He comes in SM and he's like,
Vance
I heard the
confirmed the
president say he wants
Israelis
to
are
do X, Y, and Z.
European.
Why is the domestic policy advisor in this conversation to begin with? And then another thing that jumped out to me, Tommy, is that where was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff or the
senior
CENTCOM
military
commander?
advisor to the president?
Where is the actual military officers? They were totally absent from this conversation. So everything about this, the Trump people are like, this is reassuring. This is like, these are smart people wrestling with hard things. I wasn't reassured by that.
No, these are morons who, some of them a couple months ago were literal drunk Fox News weekend anchors. Yeah, you and I were laughing about how we've been in meetings and in conversations like this where you kind of roll your eyes at a bunch of kind of DC suits giving each other high fives and taking credit for really daring, brave U.S. military operations overseas. And it's like, hey, congrats, guy in the meeting. You wrote a memo about it. These guys were even worse. They were fucking sending emojis to each other. These are grown-ass men sending emojis to each other. It does seem like this is really penetrated, unlike most other scandals, Ben. I mean, Trump finally tweeted, Michael Waltz has learned a lesson and he's a good man. He kind of got Waltz's back today at this White House event, but he's focusing his rage on Jeffrey Goldberg and just attacking the media. It is also just worth reminding folks, Ben, that last week, the New York Times reported that Elon Musk was planning to go over to the Pentagon to get briefed on the Pentagon's plan for war with China.
Why?
Now, I think they walked that back after this report came out, but why do you...
Elon has a direct line to Putin. China and Russia are unwavering friends, as per what they said. He is a direct fucking security threat to the United States. Why the fuck would he ever get included on war plans? I don't understand. What the fuck is happening? How is nobody like, what? He's technically not even a government employee.
You need to brief the Doge guy, the government efficiency guy, on the war plan with China. That makes no sense in any context. You're not going to doge your way through like war with Xi Jinping, but it is even crazier when you understand all of Elon Musk's conflicts with China. Like, he's trying to sell Teslas to Chinese consumers. Half of Teslas produced in the last couple of years were made in China. His factory in China was financed with loans from Chinese banks. Republican members of Congress have even called out Musk's ties with China and demanded briefings. So like, everything about that was weird and kind of outside of regular order. And then we learned about this group chat.
Well, yeah, to connect the dots here, and I hope people keep pounding on this, they should want to see the full text thread. They should demand accountability. And part of the reason why is
you can't say the full text thread. There was disappearing messages, which also breaches the official
he took
Records
screenshots
Act,
of the entire thing.
Fantastic, because they were set to disappear.
The full thread is out.
Okay, great. Because they were set to disappear, which could be a breach of the official
It is
Records
a breach.
Act.
Just being on Signal period is they're breaching. They're literally doing illegal shit.
Yeah.
None of what they did, and that's the thing. It's like, this is more than just like a Hillary Clinton email scandal.
Mm-hmm.
It was like active government negligence and law breaking.
And no accountability is going to come from it.
It's not an isolated incident. It's how these people are dealing with the
That's
most
fucking
sensitive
hysterical.
responsibilities of government. If they had a group chat about this, I'm sure they have 20 other group chats. I'm sure there's like a Canada invasion plan, signal thread or whatever the thing is. And the idea that they would brief Elon Musk on anything related to China, again, it's part of a pattern of them bypassing any protocols.
It's laughably
that
incompetent.
Exist for a reason. These aren't just like namby-pamby norms things.
Once they're
the
back
idea
on
is
camera,
that
I can finish those
there's very
remasters.
sensitive information that if China and Russia get access to that information, they will use it to really screw. I've been using a lot of profanity, so I'm trying to find another word, but let's just say to screw the United States. And Elon Musk has these massive conflicts of interest, given his scale of his business interests in China, given the scale of his business interests with the Pentagon, right? And so giving this, pretty much private citizen access to anything at the Pentagon is insane, but it's the same mentality that would lead you to dismantle the U.S. government, that would lead you to have a signal group thread. The connective tissue here is that these people...
No. Dismantling the government is fine. Dismantle that fucking government. It's dismantling the institutions that keep people fed and alive that's the problem. That's the issue.
Don't give a shit about Americans or American interests or American security. They're just in it to either have...
Why would you give me such a cock tease of good news? What are you doing?
What?
Verify your information.
Have a good time, to enrich themselves, to aggrandize themselves. That's the common thread between all these things.
It was rather reckless. I heard the original group chat name was Houthis in the Blown Ship. No? Can get some tomatoes thrown at me. One other weird administration thing, Ben. So the second lady, Usha Vance, is apparently going to Greenland. She initially announced this trip in one of the more uncomfortable and awkward Instagram videos I've ever seen. And I'm not trying to be mean to her. It was just a tough watch. I guess now JD Vance...
hostage video.
Yeah. The vibe. I guess now JD Vance is tagging along. He released his own video where he said there was just so much excitement about her visit that he had to come. It does not quite seem credible. In fact, people in Greenland were not thrilled about her trip because, Trump keeps threatening to invade them. I think Mike Waltz is going to Greenland.
Yes. Second lady means she's now Trump's second wife.
Okay, GD, I gotta fuck your wife now. There's reports was Trump's thing, right?
What? Cucking people?
Blackmailing people into making it so their wives had to fuck him.
Oh, that's so much worse.
His best friends and shit.
Oh, that's so much worse. I thought it was just a sexual cucking thing, but no, that's so much worse.
Oh no, it's it was an extortion thing.
Oh boy. Cool. Systematic rape, awesome.
Yeah.
Where did that come from?
I mean, how many felonies does the dude got?
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. Can he have people been banning him from entering the country because he's a felon?
That would be fucking amazing.
Wouldn't it? You're not allowed in the country, you're a felon? I reckon they should do that shit. There's so many countries that don't let people with criminal records come to the country. Apply your standards to everybody, please.
Yeah, it's only fair.
In the coming days, too, so fire up your Signal app. Also, just unrelated, last week Trump revoked the security clearances from a bunch of former Biden officials. And
then make him send Elon Musk as his delegate. Gaslighting him into sending Elon Musk. Hello, Mr. President.
Assorted enemies. It includes Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Tony Blinken, Jake Sullivan. I think actually everyone in the Biden family. So that's, petty and stupid. It is just worth noting that, these Mike Waltz or anyone on the national security team might want to talk to Jake Sullivan or Tony Blinken about something they had worked on over the last 4 years. And now they can't in a classified setting because they stripped away their security clearance. So it seems like a bit of a cell phone here.
Yeah, there's clearly things that they don't know. Conversations that went on with the Ukrainians or conversations that went on in the Middle East. You'd want to maybe call your predecessor and have that conversation. They're clearly not interested in that. This visit to Greenland is there's no reason on earth for Usha Vance and I guess JD Vance to attend a dog sledding race in Greenland.
It's like her first thing. Like this is your inaugural trip. So
you're running advance on the Greenland invasion, and this is backfiring. Like Greenland, which has had some anti-Denmark attitudes, some independence movements, they seem to be pretty united on the fact that they don't want, Usha Vance coming there to advance the takeover of their country.
What if they lynch her?
Dog sledding tourism, right? And so this is kind of stuff that like people are. Again, imagine what this looks like from outside the United States. Yeah. We look completely out of control, like completely. It's a combination of amateur hour and scary fascistic behavior. And that's not like a particularly heartening combination.
No, it is not. All right, let's turn to our ally in Turkey. So we covered, again, some of the basics of this on our YouTube exclusive with Nish. We focused a lot of our time on all the ways Elon Musk is trying to screw up British politics and prop up right-wing fringe characters and attack their democracy. So fun story. But we also talked about the fact that last week, Ekrem İmamoğlu, who's the mayor of Istanbul, who is widely viewed as President Erdogan's most formidable political opponent, was arrested. He was accused of...
Do we want to watch this?
Keep going. Not really.
Okay.
Had enough of them.
Oh, great. Okay. Let me download these soon bits. Beautiful. Download. Great. I love how quick this one is. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I really
boosted the shit out of it.
So, well, I also like made sure certain words were emphasized more.
Ah.
She's getting buck wild with Shakespeare. You know what that's from?
Nope.
Man, you have such terrible film culture.
Uh-huh.
That's a scary movie.
You sent "shut the fuck up" 3 times.
Oh, it's all the same?
Yeah. He's missing one.
Well, it's on the drive.
Which is the constitutional one, I think.
It's on there. I think. If it's not, I'll fix it.
Yeah, just send the link when you can.
This is utterly unprofessional. There's been no apology. There has been no recognition of the gravity of this error.
Strong words from Georgia Senator John Ossoff after a magazine editor was included in a group chat with top Trump administration officials who were discussing overseas airstrike plans. Some in Congress say they want an investigation. Erica Brown reports from Capitol Hill.
The heads of the Senate Armed Services Committee are asking the White House for an Inspector General investigation into use of the messaging app Signal for a group chat about a highly sensitive military operation.
We are working and exchanging papers right now.
The White House denies any classified information was discussed in the chat that inadvertently included The Atlantic's editor-in-chief. But Wednesday, the magazine published more excerpts showing detailed information about the strikes on Houthi rebels in Yemen, including launch times.
What The Atlantic released today is confounding and extremely disturbing to any American who worries about our national security and our safety.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said nobody was texting war plans.
There's no units, no locations, no routes, no flight paths, no sources, no methods, no classified information.
Two top intelligence officials who
What
were
rank
part
are
of
you
the
again?
chat were back on Capitol Hill Wednesday, this time facing House
Maybe this is why you have
asking
generals.
about what was disclosed.
The conversation was candid and sensitive. But as the President National Security Advisor stated, no classified information was shared. There were no sources, methods, locations, or war plans.
Except for
that were shared.
CIA agents.
Democrats are pushing back.
I think they intentionally misled Congress into trying to believe that this was some casual conversation. This is a war plan, and American lives are at risk.
Lawmakers are now seeking a classified briefing with White House officials about the leaks.
A nonprofit group called American Oversight filed a lawsuit alleging the use of the Signal app violates federal laws governing the preservation of government records.
Beautiful.
I appreciate it and this opportunity for Merit TV. Two questions, if I may. One on Signal, one on the economy. Sure. On Signal, how comfortable is the president with what was shared so far now that the chain has been released?
The president's view on all of this remains the same today as it did yesterday. And I think it speaks volumes about the leadership of this president that he went directly to all of you, members of the press corps. He was asked, do you want someone else to go out and do a briefing? And he said, no, I will tackle this story. I will discuss it. The people need to hear from me about this situation. And so his thoughts on this remain the same today. He has placed great trust in his national security team.
What Signal? You're telling me for the first time.
And as for the usage of Signal, as the president said yesterday, as the CIA director has testified under oath, this is an approved app. It's an encrypted app. The Department of Defense, the Department of State, the CIA has it loaded onto government phones because it is the most secure and efficient way to communicate. As for, again, the original situation in this messaging thread, the National Security Council, the White House counsel's office continues to look in to how this mistake, which the National Security Advisor has owned, occurred, and the president has ensured they are doing that.
Saying there was no classified information on the Signal text thread where specific plans for a U.S. attack in Yemen were discussed.
There was no classified information, as I understand it.
Nobody's texting war plans.
There was no intelligence information.
The Atlantic editor-in-chief Jeffrey Goldberg, the journalist added to the chat by National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, released a transcript of the text messages that showed Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth detailing military plans. In one text, Hegseth gives a timeline of the attack and details which fighter jets would be used. The Pentagon's own definition of what is classified includes disclosure of significant military plans or intelligence operations. Goldberg said after the administration's denials, it was time to let the public see the text for themselves.
What are they arguing, that an attack is different than a war? They put operational details of a forthcoming attack on a terrorist organization into Signal, into a Signal chat that included phone numbers that they didn't recognize.
Two top national security officials, who were also on the text thread, in the hot seat for a second day on Capitol Hill. Maintaining nothing classified was shared.
The conversation was candid and sensitive. But as the President National Security Advisor stated, no classified information was shared.
Democrats demanding answers and firings.
No acceptance of
Wow.
responsibility. Excuse after
Save
excuse
that
after
for the
excuse.
Himalulu
Secretary
hillbilly.
Hegseth, who undoubtedly transmitted classified, sensitive operational information via this chain, must resign immediately.
Shut up,
Republicans
nerd.
now weighing in. Congressman Don Bacon telling NBC News
Bacon?
the White House is in denial that this was not classified or sensitive data. They should just own up to it and preserve
Squidward
credibility.
sounding motherfucker.
And this afternoon, Senator Roger Wicker, the chair of the Armed Services Committee, saying the information was so sensitive,
I would have wanted it classified.
and he and Democrat Jack Reed are asking the Trump administration to expedite an Inspector General report into the controversial group chat.
And while lawmakers here on Capitol Hill demand accountability, it is important to note that Michael Waltz, who is the National Security Advisor, said in an interview that he takes full responsibility for adding Jeffrey Goldberg, the Atlantic journalist, to the Signal chat, but Waltz claims that he doesn't know Goldberg or have his number. In Washington, Julie Sturkin, NBC News.
Yeah, I think he should resign.
He should be fired, but that's what resigning is you
Yes.
get fired with your own fucking dignity.
And a pay package.
Yes.
All out over those text messages between President Donald Trump's national security team.
Can't
The
forget
Atlantic
that pay
today reporting
package.
Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth sent messages that included the timing for when fighter jets would take off and when bombs would drop in Yemen earlier this month. ABC's Perry Russum has the latest from Washington.
The Atlantic today publishing what their editor-in-chief Jeffrey Goldberg says was sent to President Trump's national security team and inadvertently him in a group chat ahead of airstrikes in Yemen.
Like it's as simple as this. The group chat has been confirmed. As far as I'm aware, the article that I read from the guy who got added to the group chat is the source. Everything else is spin. Everything the Republicans are doing is spin. You have to recognize this. And the people who don't are a part of the cult. They're already indoctrinated. They will accept whatever these people say. Don't let them gaslight you. Like this, it's all spin. All of it. This is all damage control from the Republicans.
Earlier this month, the Atlantic reports Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth sent exact times for when F-18 fighter jets and drones would launch, timing of their strike window, when the first bombs would drop, and when
No Spin News. Bill O'Reilly telling it to us straight.
Tomahawk missiles would be launched.
This is clearly taken from classified information about the order of battle in an ongoing operation. So next to covert operations or nuclear operations, this is the most sensitive information that the U.S. possesses.
The White House today again calling the story a hoax.
We have said all along that no classified material was sent on this messaging thread. There were no locations, no sources or methods revealed, and there were certainly no war plans discussed.
Democrats on Capitol Hill outraged.
Everyone here knows that the Russians or the Chinese could have gotten all of that information, and they could have passed it on to the Houthis.
It is the highest level of incompetence. In my view, Walton Hegseth should go.
Questions remain over why Trump's national security team was communicating on Signal, an encrypted messaging app the Pentagon found in 2021 to be an unauthorized means of communicating sensitive information.
Ideally, these conversations occur in person. However, at times, fast-moving coordination of an unclassified nature is necessary, where in-person conversation is not an option.
There has been inconsistent messaging from the administration on how Goldberg was added to the group chat. Trump on Newsmax last night.
Somebody that was with Mike Waltz, worked for Mike Waltz at a lower level, had, I guess, Goldberg's number.
National Security Advisor Mike Waltz on Fox News.
A staffer wasn't responsible, and look, I take full responsibility. I built the group.
Waltz says he does not know how Goldberg's number was on his phone, telling Fox News the phone number was sucked into his phone. Goldberg late today says the two have met before and they have each other's numbers. Perry Russum, ABC News, Washington.
Prior to the release of the full transcript, Virginia Senator Mark Warner questioned officials about the contents of the chat during a hearing yesterday. Today, he labeled the incident a complete and royal screw-up and called for the Secretary of Defense to step down. Senator Tim Kaine echoed a similar sentiment.
President Trump, you've got a guy who's doing one of the most important jobs in this country or in the world, who has demonstrated before this instance, but particularly in this instance, that he's not up to the job. You shouldn't be afraid to
Is that
use those
Tim
words
Walz?
you're fired right now and find a better Secretary of Defense.
These are
Sounds like
detailed battle plans that should never be released.
Is
I
that
think the Secretary of Defense should do the right
John
thing
Kerry?
and resign.
Coming up at 5, Senators Kaine and Warner explain how this incident could impact people here in
I'm
Hampton
not sure
Roads.
who it is.
He has 3 Purple Hearts.
It's a lot of hearts.
He's the guy who ran against Bush in 2008.
Oh, that guy.
And then he was like the climate guy for Biden's cabinet.
Yes. Yes.
Anyway,
yes,
I sent you those 3 remasters.
Yep.
What'd you think of the bitch beetle? You like that?
About to get fucked up, bitch beetle.
Yeah, it's much better.
I think I really cooked with some of these Anna ones.
That one was good. The long one was good. That piece of fucking shit.
BC straight climbing walls right now.
I'm keen to hear this one. Ooh, I might make that my notification message tone. That's fucking great. Okay.
How do they sound on the stream though? Because that's the thing. It's like
Yes.
in the software, and then once they're put through the encoder on this soundboard, two different things. Children of the night, what music they make.
Okay, let's see.
We still haven't done tweets because I had to let out the chinchillas and I was
Okay.
remastering everything.
Yeah, don't stress. We chillin'.
Zapata's not doing great.
No? What's up
He's
with
still losing weight. He's not eating hay, which means that his molars also might be overgrown.
That's not good.
His eye was almost closed shut today. It was halfway closed shut. And I had to fucking peel it open, and when I fucking peeled it open and pulled his bottom eyelid down, oh, boy, did discharge come out.
Really? Not
Like,
good.
it came out fast. It was like just pooling in his bottom eyelid, and his eye was too closed for it to fucking discharge. But right when I got it to come out, he started fucking using his foot to like itch his eye to get it out of there. And then I gave him eye drops, and like I held his eye open and like saw the surface tension of the eye drops sitting on top of his eyeball. So I know it's in there. And then I moved his eyeball around with the surface tension of the eye drop to make sure it's really getting in the fucking cracks of his eye, because goddamn was it bad the last 2 days. So we'll see if he's gained any weight when he gets let out.
And he's just not eating because of it.
It's the hay that's the issue, because the regular food he's eating, but the hay is critical because it really it forces them to grind down their molars. So if he's not eating hay, it might be significant that his molars are stabbing into him. And that might also be causing his eye discharge as well, is that his molars are overgrown. The roots are overgrown, because they can overgrow the roots as well. That's you basically have to put the animal down. You can get them surgeries over and over again to get the roots trimmed and stuff. But the animal's not gonna make it to 20.
Crazy.
Like, they may make it to 10, but not 20. Bijou, on the other hand,
crazy.
Picture of health. He's gonna live to be 20.
The bringer of doom.
Yes.
I'd rather be a social justice warrior than a piece of fucking shit.
I blame
I'm
Zapata's
fucking better than you.
tendency to be obsessed with urine. Why his eyes all fucked up, because he's probably rubbing his face in pee all the time.
Maybe.
You can call me whatever
really
the fuck
obsessed.
you want. At this point, I don't give a shit.
Oh, I didn't hear the other one because I was talking.
I'm fucking better than you. I'd rather be a social justice warrior than a piece of fucking shit.
Anna overload.
I'd rather be a social justice warrior than a piece of fucking shit.
Universes. We have the universe that we had Caroline Levitt actually saying there's no classified information on this chat. This is a hoax. This is a sensationalist story. Then we look at the chat and we see that it has detailed times, the weapon systems and aircraft that are going to be used and when they're going to be used. So the timing of airstrikes on the Houthi rebels. And so how this is not classified information.
The story I mentioned a moment ago, going on in Washington, coming to us a curious sort of bubbling fever pitch. It is about a journalist, the editor of a magazine known to be for being so critical of President Trump and his administration. He found himself on not a WhatsApp, it's called a Signal chat group. And to his astonishment, on that chat group, in which he was included, were plans to attack the Houthis.
What Signal sounds funny to me.
militants in Yemen in some fine detail. He wrote about it. He was called for his pains a sleaze bag, among other things, by senior members of the administration, including the president. He's standing by his story. And now the question is, who was lying and who's going to answer for it? Now, look, yesterday, the director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, would not say whether she was part of that group chat, said the content of the group chat was unclassified. Gabbard then gave this reflection on what she had to say.
Yes, Ranking Member. My answer yesterday was based on my recollection, or the lack thereof, on the details that were posted there. I was not, what was shared today reflects the fact that I was not directly involved with that part of the Signal chat, and replied at the end reflecting the effects, the very brief effects that the National Security Advisor had shared.
So it's your testimony that less than 2 weeks ago, you were on a Signal chat that had all of this information about F-18s and MQ-9 Reapers and targets on strike, and you in that 2-week period simply forgot that that was there. That's your testimony?
My testimony is I did not recall the exact details of what was included there.
That was not your testimony. Your testimony was that you were not aware of anything related to weapons packages, targets, and timing.
Well, I'm not sure what you make of that. I can tell you, it does sound a little bit to me like the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, backpedaling from the entire fiasco as fast as she can possibly manage it. Now, the White House Press Secretary, Caroline Leavitt, doesn't have quite that degree of latitude. She had this to say about the whole debacle.
The mainstream media continues to be focused on a sensationalized story from the failing Atlantic magazine that is falling apart by the hour. Here are the facts. The National Security Advisor has taken responsibility for this matter, and the National Security Council immediately said, alongside the White House counsel's office, that they are looking into how a reporter's number was inadvertently added to this messaging
better
thread.
fucking
We
put
have said
that
all
line
along that no classified material was sent on this messaging thread. There were no locations, no sources, or methods revealed, and there were certainly no war plans discussed.
Marvel Rivals
So,
Blade.
what, as I say, are we to make of this? Well, Charlotte McDonald Gibson can help us, the Times correspondent in the United States. So it's you, Charlotte.
Oh, right. Can I help explain? That's a lot of pressure there. Well, I think what is most striking about this is once again we find ourselves in sort of parallel universes. We have the universe that we had Caroline Levitt actually saying there's no classified information on this chat. This is a hoax. This is a sensational story.
It's
then we look at the chat and we see that it has detailed
this is where you
times,
listen to us.
the weapon systems and aircraft that are going to be
Listen to
used
how they're
and when they're going to be
bullshitting
used. So the timing of airstrikes on the Houthi rebels. And so how this is not classified information is a question that they have failed to answer. They just keep saying this isn't classified. But the question, and this kept coming up at the briefing that we just had a little bit of with Caroline Levitt. People kept asking, well, why isn't this classified? And she just kept saying, it's not classified. The Defense Secretary said it's not classified, therefore it's not. So I think this is the question that's come up over and over again today, and it will continue to do so as the White House keeps pushing its own angle, which is, denigrating the reporter who did the story.
Well, here's my first question.
Yeah, nobody
It's not spin when they sit there and deliberately lie. That's not what spin is. It's not spin.
Well, that's what they think it is. That's what they think it is.
It's not what's happening. They're deliberately lying and doing fucking criminal action. It's not spin. It's literally criminal. Sure. And nothing's going to happen over it.
Exactly.
Spin is not covering up crimes.
That's what they think it is.
Secretary of the White House and the Secretary of Defense.
Like, the equivalent of this is like being like, did you murder this person? I didn't murder anyone. Did you kill this person? Well, yeah, I killed them, but I didn't murder them.
Yeah, spin in the story.
That's gaslight. That's literally committing a crime on top of a crime.
But no, that's so. It's more like Fox News would be doing.
Hey, the Constitution does say that it is legal to not self-incriminate yourself. You do not have to self-incriminate. So the thing is, you're supposed to say something like, I plead the fifth, not lie. When you lie, it's a crime. But if they pleaded the fifth, they'd be like, why are you pleading the fifth? Did a crime occur here?
Well, that asks more questions. Are you talking about us? That's a shame. You should stay and listen. We have fun with people like you.
defense to the Trump administration in saying that this material was not classified, it was not secret. How do they say this stuff and still keep a straight face?
Yes, I mean, they say, okay, so what was it they said exactly? Because it doesn't have locations, it doesn't count as classified. So had there been the aircraft, the time, and the location, then it would have been classified.
Oh my God.
Because there was no location, that makes it unclassified.
Now it's
so
just
that's
cope.
their argument. And that argument, you know,
And then they're really focused on the wording
to answer the question.
where they say that it's war plans, and now it's like it's clearly attack plans, not war plans.
Oh my God!
So they're really
Department
focused.
of War.
And so they're really focused on, because this is what you have to do is when you're trying to make a like legal case is you define things.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Yep. So they're covering their bases.
I mean, they're trying.
And it does seem like some Republicans are sort of saying, well, you know, it's time to own it. You know, administrations can make mistakes. Own it, apologize.
Like
maybe the national security
this
advisor
all
who
goes
added,
away if one guy resigns.
Yep, that's the funniest part.
Literally, all of this goes away if somebody resigns and says, "I'm taking accountability," and he's made the steps that like he went on there saying it wasn't my staffer, it was me. I was responsible for the chat. Like he's taken the steps that you should be taking to resign. And like I said before, there was already multiple resignations in Trump's first term this far in.
Yep.
Like I don't understand why nobody has resigned. It's just the process of what you do. Like they're making things worse when they could just be like, oh, taking an L, this guy resigned, and go on with fucking doing whatever the fuck they want. Like there's literally no consequences to like Trump himself. It's not like fucking, you know, there's what was the guy who went down for Reagan?
For Reagan? I don't know that one.
Yeah, Iran-Contra. There's the whole American Dad song about him and why he's the greatest American.
Oh.
Ollie North.
Fucking Ollie North, yep. As soon as you said it, yep.
So, like... It's like it's that it's and like Trump already isn't even implicated. Even Rubio was like in the chat and not conversating because probably he doesn't use Signal because he's so high up in the intelligence and security network and has been for so long that it's like Signal is just something that he doesn't use. You know, like I'm not about to go use it. The only time I use it is when people call me for advisory stuff because they need to do it through the fucking app. That's the like lowest encryption they can hit to contact me. But other than that, it's like I don't even like they set an appointment for me to answer my phone through Signal. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't use it.
Jeffrey Goldberg to the chat should resign. Some Republicans are saying that, but just calling it a hoax and saying that, you know, that isn't really.
The White House confirmed it was real. Like you can't call it a hoax when your own fucking White House confirmed it was real to the reporter before the report came out.
It's so funny. Like the source is literally the reporter that got added to the group chat. You fool.
The fucking lady who's the press secretary. Like, man, like what a disgrace! From Kayleigh McEnany, the GOAT, to this idiot.
A story when everyone can see this chat. That's difficult to stand up.
Like
Kayleigh is that actually happening now? Because the you know the Republican side of the Senate and the House of Representatives are pretty
up there. It was like I think it was hard, you know, not to respect her. Like she knew what she was fucking doing. She was such a good press secretary for that admin.
pretty much famous for standing absolutely solidly behind whatever the line is that the president lays down at any particular moment. And we're now seeing some fracturing of that, because that would put a bit of pressure on the president. A bit, I don't know if it's enough to make a change, but it would add a bit of pressure. What's your sense of it?
Well, no, I wouldn't say we're seeing a fraction. That was really notable listening to these intelligence hearings in the Senate yesterday with Tulsi Gabbard, and then more intelligence hearings today. But yesterday we have the Republican and Democrat members of the Intelligence Committee quizzing Tulsi Gabbard, John Ratcliffe.
They're British.
And it was very notable. You had the Democrats really going after them, and you had the Republican senators
Tulsi Gabbard.
asking questions about other things. So saying, well, we're really pleased.
Understandable. Understand what? What do we fail to understand?
I thought
Go
that's
ahead.
what you were responding to.
No, I haven't looked at
That's
the chat 'cause
hilarious.
I'm like monitoring the chinchillas trying to do the tweet.
No, that's funny.
And giving
no,
a full
I didn't realize that.
analysis
Because he
at
said
the
this
same
first,
time.
and I said, are you talking to us?
Well, I saw the
And
first thing.
I guess
about
so,
being
but like
arrested and beaten.
I'm kind of curious what this big boy politics is too. Are you talking
Hmm.
about how lowbrow and dumb American politics is? Because it's pretty easy to understand.
Yeah,
I know more
it's
than
like
you, and
one
I'm
of the
Australian.
easier countries.
Like, it's very simple.
These attacks were so successful, so you didn't see that publicly. So I'd say there's been a few Republican representatives who have said, no, it's time to own this, but it's not coming from anybody publicly within the administration at this point in time. We're not seeing any fractures within the administration. We're seeing Trump very much saying, I stand behind my national security advisor, I stand behind Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. So right now there is a show of complete unity from the administration.
Fascinating stuff. I mean, Mikey and Kate, it is a very different country, a very different political culture, very different in so many different ways. We see the similarities. We focus less on the enormous differences, and they are truly enormous.
Right,
but we do know from our, in our innocence,
GOAT,
looking at our politics here
Bill
in
O'Reilly
Westminster, where we're
said
sitting here
something
under the
about
little
this.
black gazebo, which is a kind of institution at Westminster. But we watch what goes on over the road, and I occasionally come down.
Oh my god, bro. Do we got a
this
breaking news Fox News alert stinger?
No.
Calm down, Bishi. Put that fucking video on for just 2 seconds. The thumbnail alone was like, holy shit.
Oh my god.
Kind of skip through. Wait until you. This is just like the photo shoot. Go ahead. They're gonna have her in front of all the prisoners in a second here, but they're gonna be behind her for the photos.
Oh, cool. I love how good this footage is.
Just came out. Sorry that fucking El Salvador doesn't have the camera quality you want.
They're Americans.
It's in El Salvador.
Does being in the country drop the quality of the camera?
I mean,
Look at
that's
these cunts with these
that's the
guns.
gear you
Jesus
got, right?
Christ.
All right, Bill
The guy
O'Reilly
had
did a
an AR in
no-spin
his
news an
backpack.
hour ago.
What?
I said Bill O'Reilly dropped a no-spin news an hour ago.
Oh god.
Like, dude, imagine if they did this with fucking Gitmo detainees, bro. Like, this is not a good image. This is not what you need to be doing.
It's such a bad look.
I know, right? Anyway, moving on. Back to what we were doing.
Uh-huh.
We begin tonight with Bill O'Reilly, host of the No Spin News, author of the coming book, Confronting Evil. Mr. O'Reilly, always good to see you. Thank you, sir.
Wait. You found a Bill
just back to
O'Reilly
what
video
Hegseth
that
said,
wasn't
real
no spin
quickly.
news?
The
Nope.
White House already
yes.
confirmed these messages.
It's News Nation
are
talking to him about
authentic.
it.
And my dad taught me
Bill
something pretty
O'Reilly
simple when I
doesn't
grew
know
up.
what signal is.
When you screw up, say you're wrong, say you're sorry, say you're going to learn from
Bro
it,
doesn't know what LOL
and then you move
means.
on. Why is that so
the
hard?
fact that they like celebrated with emojis,
I
like
don't know.
he
I'm not his
doesn't understand
therapist.
this.
No.
Clearly, if you listen to what he said, he's parsing the words. The Secretary of Defense is parsing the words because he's angry. When people make mistakes, this is germane to me. When I make a mistake, I get really angry at myself. And I just go, oh. And this is a mistake. It was a mistake made by someone in the group to allow a weasel like Jeffrey Goldberg to listen to anything. Goldberg is a Trump hater. He made up that story.
Goldberg
in
is a
Europe that
big-time
Trump called
Zionist, by the
the
way.
people
Big-time
killed
Zionist.
in World War I and II.
Like, that's what he's known for.
Suckers.
The
Liars and
John
cowards,
Bolton
or
on,
suckers.
I think the program.
Great.
Yeah. You got Bolton on. Bolton was there and said didn't happen. So Goldberg's the worst.
Oh my God.
The worst.
The
and to
worst.
make a
I just
mistake
found
that
something.
benefits
Check
him
out what this is.
has
Don't
got
put
to
it on
be
yet.
just
It's for the Jasmine
burn
Crockett segment. But
everybody in the Trump administration. But the most important thing is to correct the mistake. And I'm kind of amazed that this actually happened. I don't know anything
I haven't
about
opened up those
this,
links yet.
the apps or anything like that, but I do
Oh my
a
God.
lot of.
Oh my God.
And I'm kind of amazed that this actually happened. I don't know anything about this, the apps or anything like that, but I do a lot of private
Amazing.
conversations.
Yeah.
And I do them on hardwired phones, landlines, so that if you tape it or listen in, you're charged with a felony. All right? I don't know why high-ranking members of any administration would be fooling around.
Bill is talking about fucking like think about this. This is an encrypted messaging app, and this dude is like, I communicate on landlines, so when the conversation, bro, if it's on your cell phone and they record it, it's still a fucking felony. Oh my God, Bill, the hard line is worse. The hard line is like the easiest to breach. Are you fucking for real right now?
I'm fucking better than you.
Grandpa.
This kind of high-tech stuff. I think that is a huge mistake. Do I think this is a big story? Yes, but it's not a defining story. Trump didn't know anything about it.
It's not a defining story unless it's the cover-up, right? It's never the thing that happens, especially when it's low-level people or even high-level people.
Up.
Well, Hegseth right now is saying that there was not war plans. Hegseth's saying there's not war plans. Jeffrey Goldberg, and I know you think he's a weasel. Why that's germane, I don't think so. He said there are no war plans. This is what Goldberg says he has texts of. Take a listen.
No, it's not.
This is going to happen. Then that is going to happen. After that happens, this happens. Then that happens. And then we go and find out if it worked. I mean,
stupid and it's
I guess we better go to the raw vein.
Let's cut him off.
As they can. All right, so let's review. That is the subject of this evening's Talking Points memo. Apparently, National Security Advisor Mike Waltz accidentally allowed a very liberal journalist, Jeffrey Goldberg from Atlantic Magazine, into the meeting, which was on an app called Signal. It was a national security meeting, as you probably know, discussing how to attack the Houthi terrorists in Yemen.
Hootie.
So
and the
dials
blowfish
made, people got on the thread.
It's Hootie.
And one of them was Jeffrey Goldberg. And nobody knew it because it was a mistake made by Waltz.
Hootie.
Now, there are unanswered questions here. How did you have Jeffrey Goldberg's number?
You're not saying it right.
Mr. Waltz.
I'm saying it like this idiot.
Hater.
Hootie.
That should be answered. And Goldberg himself should answer some questions to the FBI. I don't know why Cash
What are they going to
Patel
do?
dispatched
Launch a
FBI
missile at a
agents to
ship?
talk to Goldberg about how this all happened. It's national security.
I'm sure the
Maybe
FBI
it has
will
happened
talk
and the
to
press doesn't
Goldberg
know about it.
when
I
they
certainly
actually
don't
do
know
an
about it,
actual
but it should happen.
investigation
I bet
like
they
they're
would,
supposed to.
Goldberg should be interviewed by FBI agents. Right?
There you go. Look at you, conservative as fuck.
Now, Waltz
He's
was on
not
TV
wrong,
last night,
though.
or
Like,
England,
yes,
Fox
Goldberg
News, roll
should-
tape.
Like,
Right, you got somebody
not as a shakedown, but as part of the fucking investigation. Like,
Yeah.
an investigation needs to be launched, and they said they're launching it.
else's number on someone else's contact. So of course I didn't see this loser in the group. It looked like someone else. Now whether he did it deliberately or it happened in some other technical mean is something we're trying to figure out.
So your staffer did not put his contact information.
No,
but how did it end up in your
well, that's
phone?
what we're trying to figure out.
Okay. But that's a pretty big problem.
That is what. That's what we've got the best technical minds, right?
That's disturbing.
And that's where I'm sure everybody out there has had a contact where it was said one person and then a different phone number.
Not me, because I don't do that. If I have a serious conversation,
I write my phone numbers down in a
we've
phone
transitioned
book.
to Bill O'Reilly himself now.
It's on a hard line, where if you tap a hard line, it's a felony.
Oh my God.
I don't do Signal. I don't know what Signal is. And none of our national security people should be using it either.
He's not wrong.
Because if Jeffrey Goldberg can get on it, so can the Chinese and the Russians.
Oh my God.
Okay? Aye. But at least Walsh owned up to it. It's in his purview. But I want a little more information. And Laura Ingraham did her job. I mean, she framed it the proper way. Now, I don't think anybody's going to get fired here, but Trump's embarrassed, and he's angry about it. I know that to be true. But it's not a scandal, all right? It's a blunder. Okay?
I mean, sure.
Scandal is far,
but it's
far
becoming a
different.
scandal.
Yeah.
But not to the hate Trump media. Go.
If somebody just resigned,
Wolf, this hearing
it would be
is going to be
blunder.
hijacked by this scandal, and that's really what
we
it
would
is
forget
for the
about
Trump
it in no
administration.
time.
We saw 2 Republican senators point to the fact that they plan to ask questions about this scandal inside of a closed-door hearing, which is going to take place later this afternoon.
Also, did you
If
see the
anything,
iPhone
I would
he
say
held
the
up?
scandal
What
looks
gen
worse
was that thing?
for the Trump White House on the second day, even than it did
Also,
initially.
he had a case on it. What
Over
a
on
fucking
Fox News,
grandpa.
pundits were
True. At least he has that. It wasn't much of a case.
trying their best to
was the same
downplay the
case my
scandal,
dad
though
has.
even
It's like
there,
that clear one
a few
that
had to
turns
admit
brown
that this
because
is
he
kind of a big
smoked
deal.
Cigarettes too much. With
Amazing.
The phone
So
around
what's
you.
the scandal? That somebody made a mistake and let this weasel Goldberg in? That's a blunder.
They literally took classified information from the classified server, the classified side of things, and forwarded it through a messaging app. If somebody did that on Twitter, would you understand? Or Facebook, or even through email, like maybe a Hillary Clinton email chain.
It's all the same, yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter where it went. It doesn't matter if it was Signal or anything. You took classified information outside of the fucking classified section and shared it.
Collusion, that would be a scandal. If Goldberg said, hey, let me into the thread, and then somebody said, okay, we'll sneak you in. That's a scandal.
Did you read the story before doing a fucking rant on it, bro? He literally breaks down how he was confused on how he got added.
Yeah, he went multiple days consulting multiple people when classified information got put into the fucking chat.
Communications at the Atlantic on if this was real or not.
They're like, we can't publish this. Is this disinformation? They had to check. They did their jobs as journalists.
The fact that the journalist was more secured and followed the law, and that's the reason why he dived out of the chat. That's the thing. Is where you could pressure his story. He continually has been saying, as soon as I knew it was real, I left the chat and started writing my story. Okay, that's preventing an espionage incrimination there.
Yes.
Okay. I think he probably knew it was real for a minute and let it cook and knew, like, once those strikes hit, he had enough and he's like, I gotta fucking pull. I'm not fucking risking an espionage act with a fucking admin that's already been fucking
with
critical
the Trump
on
admin.
journalists.
Yeah.
Fake ass journalists. He should have. He did. The whole thing is out now.
Yeah.
Because they continually said it wasn't classified, so he said, okay, and published the whole thing.
Yeah.
Unredacted.
Like followed protocol.
Agents have been exposed now.
Yep.
But that's the thing, is they can't fucking pursue him on an espionage act for
they said it was
disclosing
not
classified
classified.
information because then the fucking admin themselves have to admit that they leaked the classified information and implicate themselves on the same espionage act fucking case.
Yeah.
All right. And that's the
Yeah,
memo.
that's exactly right.
Now,
what
here's a
fucking idiots.
media
That's exactly right. Idiots.
Scandal, kind of.
Clinical
Wall Street
idiots.
Journal gets delivered to my
It's
door
like I'm
every-
astounded how stupid this is.
The editorial
like
pages
the
of the Wall
fact,
Street Journal are
like
fair.
I really
And-
hate the framing where like they did this because they wanted no record of it because they're trying to deceive the American people and violate the fucking Freedom
Yeah.
of Information Act. Shut
Always-
up. Have
it's
you looked at the
always
people who like
incompetence.
Pete Hegseth is a lazy bastard.
It's always safer to assume incompetence.
They were like, can't we just do this on our phones? And like this, you'll constantly hear the Democrats be like, oh, what if this information got to the Houthis? What are they gonna do? Fire a missile a mile away from a ship again? Like, they might move a target or two? Like, it really doesn't matter if this. They could have texted, they could have fucking forwarded the Houthis, which they sometimes will do with the Houthis. They have in the past.
They do, yep.
Where they'll be like, these are the targets we're hitting. Because that's what you'll see in the task and purpose one. They have specifically not done a mowing the lawn policy, as Israel would call it. Houthi leadership has stayed intact because the U.S. government has worked with the Houthis to say, these are the assets we're going to strike of yours.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck around and find out kind of thing. Which, honestly, it's been extremely beneficial to the U.S. for our future war with China because of the data. They're saying like the hours that the people have to work, like the sailors are exhausted. And they stopped, I think this is in the task and purpose report, but they literally stopped shooting missiles and just switched to their deck gun. Like the big cannons.
Interesting.
And we're shooting using fucking autocannons and shit to counter the Houthis.
Well, that
instead of
seems like a
like
better
wasting
idea.
the money on because they got all the data they needed on the countermeasures.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, that would be a smarter choice if they're coming on skiffs and shit. Just gun them down with cannons.
Well, this is
and
the
fucking...
missiles, counter missiles.
Ah, okay.
Munitions. It's the munitions that
okay.
we're firing to counter missiles.
Yes, yeah. I imagine
But
that
yeah,
the
they
Sea
were
Wizards take care of them pretty
it's
easily.
like the longest shifts the Navy has worked since World War II.
Really?
The most munitions they've expended since World War II as well, I think.
Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah, because it's like it's not like these missiles are coming anywhere close either. You could let them fly.
Yeah.
But they spent that taxpayer money.
That isn't why. Taiwan accepts that they are Chinese and admit that they're Chinese and are not denying that they're Chinese. What are you talking about? Never in Taiwan have they ever said that they're not Chinese. They said they're not a part of China.
Well,
to conflate China,
they actually
and
do recognize themselves as part. Because
well,
technically
yes,
they still
they
recognize
are
all
the
of
real
China.
Yes, it's West Taiwan. Yes, but like they also take the same claims over the South China Sea. There's a lot of similarities with China, mostly because the 9-dash line comes from the ROC. And China just continued on with its adoption because they're like, hey, this is a pretty cool imperialist idea. Let's do this.
Yeah, I mean,
as well
that's
as
what happens.
occupying
You
Tibet
kind of
for
just
60
don't.
years.
You keep some of the
Very
old
cool.
policies in place. That's why there's
Yes.
still Ottoman laws in Lebanon.
Mhm. Yeah, but this was literally 2 years. 1947 is when the 9-dash line came into existence, the first map. Drawn by a nationalist. Very, very cool.
And hopefully, no one has to die for Taiwan.
Yeah. Nobody is talking, like, nobody is denying Taiwan's fascist history. Like, we always talk about this, how they went from one of the most fascist, despicable countries to the most functional democracy on the planet. So why
And
is
they did it
China's
largely
democracy
without Western help too? Because the international lawful world order has told Taiwan to get fucked because they don't have the fucking cheap exports.
Mm-hmm.
Like, nobody gives, there's one country that gives a fuck about Taiwan, if any, and that's Somaliland.
That's funny. Brother, what are you talking about? You simp China, one of the least democratic countries on earth.
Taiwan is arguably one of the more democratic countries.
Like, what do you mean?
And freedom are also two different things as well.
Yes. Yes. Like, Taiwan is one of the most functional democracies on earth.
Yeah. And it's also a fucking tiny nation state.
This is that is laughable. That statement is truly laughable. This one is deeply accurate.
Back the facts.
I agree with Fudge. Like, Taiwan just doesn't need to be invaded.
Yeah.
You know? That's when it comes to like sovereign states, Somaliland is at the top for me. Cyprus, you know, and then Balochistan is up there too. Balochistan probably below Somaliland, but they're not anywhere close to being a legitimate.
Yeah.
There's not a Balochistan state or anything like that.
No.
But
yeah, like it's like they
fucking what a fucking cool country that nobody recognizes.
Yes.
Great democracy for Africa as well.
Yes.
And like just this whole thing where they're like the game that they've played with the ports lately has been so interesting, just to see somebody who's like not recognized, has almost no power internationally, and is working against the U.S. interest in Somalia to make those kinds of demands and deals is like swinging some serious dick, and I respect that.
It's very cool. It's very, very cool. But no, you're 100% correct, Fudge. I agree. Like these are just attributes of Taiwan that is like, well, compared to China, which one are we going to defend here, right? If you're really looking at it. And then on top of that, don't be an imperialist fuckwit and support imperialism. How about we do that? Yeah? Like, my general opinion is imperialism bad no matter who does it. I don't apologize for states.
Also, like I said, this whole thing where we move the Taiwan chip manufacturing to America as a backup, basically I think it's the best thing to actually, like, sure, you can talk about deterrence all you want as a defense analyst, but I really think the actual deterrence is taking those chips out of Taiwan, so there's really no reason to justify an invasion with China other than like rampant nationalism. You know, it would be no different than South or North Korea invading one or the other. Like, why?
Yeah.
At
this point, it's rampant nationalism. Like, Xi Jinping needs something to replace COVID as his thing, right? His legacy, right? Because at the moment, his legacy is COVID. He started with the Olympics. That's when it started going downhill.
He has plenty of time.
Maybe not. You know, he's pretty fat.
Nah. He's got plenty of time. And like, that's the thing. Is it's like his transformation of China. Like, think about it. It hasn't even begun. You know what I'm saying?
No, you're right.
Like there's a lot has happened, but like this whole restructuring of the government under him and that type of stuff, that happened in the last 2 years.
That's true. That is true.
You know, like it's only beginning.
Well, have you seen them trying to green the deserts and they're annihilating their biomes because of it? That's pretty cool. So,
also,
and I can't wait until they pave it with concrete.
In where the person was saying, like, nuclear isn't exactly clean because it has to be mined. It's like, that's like literally the right-wing argument against the electric vehicles is the fucking child conflict minerals. Like, you know where a shitload of uranium can be mined, actually?
Australia?
North Korea.
Oh, I didn't know that, actually,
Yeah, they have a shitload.
Mm-hmm.
But, like,
a
lot of the uranium, like, I think Ukraine also has uranium.
Possibly. Like, the conflict minerals is a good argument, but I only use it with China because they own the mines and their supply chain is directly linked to and implicated in supply chain slavery.
The subsidizing of electric vehicles is like, if you look at who's doing the damage right now, you know, you never hear me fucking not bring up the oil companies doing a genocide in Darfur, right?
Yep.
But like, who's doing the conflict now? You know,
yes.
and it's
exactly.
gold and these minerals.
And that's the subsidies, and this is the other thing, is the subsidies that China's doing. I always compare them to government cheese policies, right?
Well,
and
Joe Biden was doing shit to fucking counter this with his fucking, like, Build Back Better World or whatever he ended up calling it. But that's not going to last for Trump. USA is done, you know?
There's no fucking way. The CHIPS Act was obviously Trump came up with that. But like it's the subsidies in China for these EVs. This is why companies keep popping up. Like hundreds of Chinese EV companies pop up, steal some designs,
but like
manufacture
also, like,
some dog shit car.
Tesla, like the Ford F-150. Okay. So, I'm not sure if you know this, but when our auto industry collapsed in America, only 2 companies survived. Do you know what those 2 companies are?
Ford and GM?
Ford and Tesla.
Oh.
So, Ford, the F-150 is like a status symbol for rednecks. They all have them.
Yeah,
it is
because they're sick.
I mean, here's the thing. My criticism of them, you should not have like a full cab like that where you have a full back seat in a truck. It's just not
fair. That's fair.
Like
2-seaters.
Like,
bench seat, baby.
A truck is a utility.
Yes.
Like, you don't need it for that type of shit. And it's just like the fuel economy on that shit. Like, it's just stupid to buy an F-150.
But bench seats.
Now they have a fucking hybrid and electric F-150.
Yes, they do.
So like even these people who are, did you see the girl do the Cybertruck song? Oh my god, it's fucking cringe as shit. But it's like they're doing all this like rally behind Tesla shit. The reason why Elon we can't import Hiluxes in America actually.
Sucked in.
But like the whole thing with Elon grifting to the right, like what if it's just because he knows the writing is on the wall? And like the only market left for him to sell electric vehicles are these
is the
idiots.
Right wing. Yeah. Well, you know what I reckon would work pretty well?
Because like BMW's car is probably outclassing anything Tesla has. But Tesla
for sure.
does have an affordable model, which is nice.
Well, this is what I always say, and I go back to the thing that I did at uni. The only way to really get people to buy EVs is to subsidize the buying of them, not the creation of them.
Why can't you import a Hilux? American car laws are very stupid.
Yeah.
So I think Not Just Bikes has a great video on this. But the reason why all our cars are like giant utility vehicles is literally because of bad green policy, where we were like limiting axles and shit. And so like something could get out of this like emissions classification if it was like a utility vehicle of a certain size, which basically made all American cars immediately go to the gigantic route because it was the loophole that the government left open for the auto industry. And like, it's not like it saved our auto industry. Like the fucking American auto industry was already fucking dead.
Yeah, there's $1.7 trillion worth of debt in the auto industry again.
By the way, did you see that somebody
did you see what I
did
said?
a literal Wile E. Coyote
1.7 trillion.
Tesla auto driving and it failed?
Yes, I saw it already, yeah.
It's the same guy who tore it apart.
Mark Rober. $1.7 trillion of debt in the auto industry. It's a lot. It's a lot of money. These cars would do very well in America.
I like classifying Tesla as a carbon credit company.
Well, it is a carbon credit company. These are the Ford Rangers. These are massive in Australia. They're a Hilux-sized ute, and they're more of a work truck, which is why they have a shorter bed and the second row of seats. So it's like the crew cab, because they're mostly used as work utes. Where
this is just your version of the F-150.
It's slightly smaller than the F-150.
But it's still your version of it. This
yeah,
is what
yeah,
you see everywhere.
Yeah, it's Ford's version of it. Yeah, so this is the Hilux competitor, and now Kia has one.
But the F-150 is certainly better than the fucking Cybertruck. I mean, it's for one thing, the entire body is one piece. You know what I'm saying?
Well, if you want to hold on.
Do you know why did you see the recent recall and why they got recalled?
No.
So you see it in that video. Don't put this on.
Why?
Because we don't need to get into a fucking that big of a side tangent. There's a lot.
But it's funny.
But you know the part that's just glue, that metal piece that goes above the door and the window?
Yeah.
That the guy just literally pulls off in that video? Mm-hmm. So that piece was coming loose on the highway. So it either breaks off completely the vehicle or is adjacent from a vehicle. Now it's a sharp metal object going 60 miles per hour hanging off a car. Or if it breaks off and it impales through a windshield or something. So, like, they had to recall all the trucks because of this fucking piece that they glued on.
Wow. That's epic. I also know that they got recalled because of the accelerator. Kept getting stuck, pinned.
Yeah, well, because they
cool.
used dish soap or something.
Yeah, like it kept sliding off at full tilt,
Yeah, because they put a fucking fancy
funny.
cover on the pedal instead of like having an actual molded pedal.
Very
why
funny.
can't you fucking injection mold a pedal? They clearly injection molded the pedal cover. I don't fucking understand. Like, I understand injection molding. Like,
yeah, it was.
I get it. You know? Like, injection molding is fucking sick.
Yes. But this is what I say, like, if you want to get people in cars, you need to subsidize the buying of them, not the production of them. That's the problem. But also, they're not the future. It's hybrids. EVs are a fad. Like, hybrids, they'll settle at hybrid because nobody wants EVs.
Well, I mean, hybrids...
And everybody wants better fuel efficiency.
The hybrids have
Toyota's
been a thing for a long time now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
dude, if I made a car
Prius.
company... yeah, exactly. Like, if I made a car company, it would be great. It would be fantastic. I would just have to get somebody
more quickly
who can
open
design.
up a fucking restaurant. If I want to
I would love to
something
make a car
stupid
company.
With my fucking money.
That'd be awesome. I would love it. Yeah, no.
Like
You know what I would make?
Things you can do with your money is try to open
I would make rear-wheel drive manual cars. And everybody would buy them.
Tilt left.
Because everybody that likes cars hates electric vehicles because they're just boring. It's that simple. It's I hold wheel, I press pedal, I stop now. Oh, boring. Boring.
Crazy, right? It's primarily a financial newspaper. There is a reporter, Melissa Korn, okay? She is a deputy bureau chief of the media.
Think of it like an Australian BMW. I would also make bikes, because fuck it, why not?
Media team, wow, got a big title.
I already know the location I would buy. I already know. I would turn the old Holden Proving Grounds into the home base. Done.
She's trying to stick up for Jeffrey Goldberg.
You want to become farmers too?
Trying to say this man has credibility.
Why not?
As I reported yesterday,
there's enough land there.
The guy who reported that President
Vertical farms will grow a fuck ton of weed in vertical farms. Like, vertical farms should seriously be looked into.
I think it's going to be a dead industry soon.
Interesting. Explain.
Well, you know, like I've said, with like population growth, like the way to produce food has to fucking exponentially grow up. Like, it's going to get to the point where, like, we just fucking, like, use crickets as the main compound for all protein blocks.
Mm.
You know? And then, like, build the structure around those blocks.
Maybe.
And then, those blocks would basically be able to subsidize, like, the lowest end throughout the world. You know, like Snowpiercer, the protein blocks that they make out of the bugs.
Gross.
Mm-hmm. But, like, crickets actually make money.
Mm.
Like, they generate. Well, cattle, it takes, like, basically 10 to 1.
Yeah.
Like 10 to 1 resources you put into it, you get out of it.
Yeah,
Crickets,
yeah,
it
yeah.
multiplies. So you get.
Well, it's also because we've
for,
mass
like,
scaled
1
the
pound of
beef
crickets,
industry.
You get 10 pound.
Yeah, but it's also because they've mass scaled the beef industry. We don't need that much fucking
Yeah,
meat.
well, that's what I'm saying, is that once these synthetic variants take off, there's so many people who don't want to eat meat, but they just don't care. They're just going to buy what's on the shelf.
Yeah, there are a lot of people like that. I get it.
Like, if it's
Been
cheaper
tried.
than beef, you
It's
think
for-
McDonald's are going to keep beef?
Yeah, true.
It's going to become
First
less
round,
and less over
went to
time.
Europe and
Yeah.
said that U.S. soldiers killed in World War I were suckers. That never happened. And I investigated it.
Uh-huh.
Okay? Never happened. But Melissa somehow writes, quote, in September 2020, Goldberg
Hey, can we
reported
fact check this?
that Trump
on,
referred to
this
soldiers
story
killed in
about
battle
how he
during
called
World War I
soldiers
as losers and suckers.
losers? Let's fact check Bill Riley in real time by doing a quick Google search on this fact. Maybe try PolitiFact or Snopes. You know, the sources that you can't trust because they tell the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And George Soros or something?
Something like that.
Your America's Fallen reports us more. Jory.
The articles can
Chief
user for being bored
on anything.
wondered what was in it for him. Tonight, the president returning from a rally in Pennsylvania denying the story in its entirety from the tarmac of Joint Base Andrews.
I would be willing to swear on
story. You have to
Oh,
look
there's
it
no
up on
video?
Google. It's not a video. Don't look up the video. Look up the fact check on Google. It was never recorded of him saying it.
Okay.
That's why it's so deniable.
One second.
Like, PolitiFact or Snopes will fucking tell you the exact disinformation pattern around it.
Great.
Who's the
Oh my
journalist here? Linda who?
Linda Q? I don't know.
Okay, don't know her.
I mean, here's the article.
Yeah, I don't care about the article. The thing is that the reason why it's discredited is because it wasn't recorded. It was somebody who wrote down what he said. Okay? But here's the thing. Like, now that I'm at my desk, I'll just do it. Don't worry. Just go back to the video. I got it. Oh.
Politico sucks.
Yeah, just go back to the video. I got it.
Citing multiple anonymous sources, said they heard the remarks. Trump contested the reporting, though his chief of staff at the time confirmed he had used those words. Not true. Not true. The chief of staff was John Kelly. Now, Kelly excoriated Trump because Trump fired him and called Trump all kinds of names, but never said that we can find, and we did a big search, that Trump said dead World War I soldiers were losers and suckers. And a guy in the room who also hates Donald Trump. You know him, former National Security Advisor John.
I mean,
shortly after the publication of the Atlantic report, one unnamed senior official with the U.S. Department of Defense, we now know who that is, by the way. I don't know off the top of my head. And one senior U.S. Marine Corps officer confirmed the 2018 cemetery remarks from above report in interviews with the Associated Press. So the Associated Press followed up with the fact check on the Atlantic article and followed up with two primary sources to confirm its authenticity.
There you go.
It happened.
John Bolton said this. Go.
And according to what that article said, the president made disparaging remarks about our soldiers, the people buried at the An Marne Cemetery, in connection with the decision for him not to go to the ceremony that was planned that afternoon. And that was simply false. I don't know who told the author that, but that was false.
Okay, that was false. Bolton was there, following Trump around the whole day. And then I talked to myself, the other people who were there. Nobody heard that, even anonymously. So we have misreporting, terrible journalism on the part of the Wall Street Journal. I'm surprised, I'm disappointed. President Trump is trying to fix the economy, but some believe...
Oh, look, he's shilling gold.
President Trump called the whole episode a witch hunt and said Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, quote, had nothing to do with this. We're joined now by Jeffrey Goldberg, editor-in-chief of The Atlantic and moderator of Washington Week here on PBS. Jeff, it's good to see you. So help us understand, first, your decision to release the strike plans, which you were mistakenly made privy to in light of the days of denials and downplaying from the administration about the content of the signal messages.
Yeah, that's a good question. We
Interesting.
Yesterday, when the president and various other...
So, you know how I talk about how, like, I do the example with Pakistan providing military support to Afghanistan? They specifically put false stories out knowing the Indian press would report on them because they're so sensational about Pakistan. And then they published these pictures of, like, aircraft being shot down that were, like, old pictures. So everything you searched on Pakistan's involvement with the Taliban would be fact-checked. There's a Reuters article here, and it's from September 6, 2024. So while the election, this was a thing that Biden brought up. That's why it got heated again lately. And so it says, Reuters fact-check video, Trump insulting soldiers during Fox News call is altered. So this leads me to believe that they literally put out an altered call specifically as a counter disinformation to be able to point to and say it's been fact checked. See, the call is fake there. This is straight up like fucking smoke screening with information warfare here.
Amazing. But they can't teach the American public how to counter it. Cool.
I mean, I can't definitively prove that's what's going on here and that the calls came from within the house on this specific counter narrative, but it's the equivalent of Pakistan putting out stories of how a plane was crashed fighting for the Taliban.
Yeah, very interesting.
National security officials said that there was nothing sensitive in this material and accused us of lying about the nature of the material. We began to think maybe we should just put this out there so that the American people can see it and make their own conclusions, draw their own conclusions. What we did all yesterday was reach out to various agencies, CIA, DNI, NSC, and so on, and ask them specifically, even though the president said there was nothing to see here, we wanted to just be sure, obviously, that we were not releasing anything that could do harm to Americans in the field. Most agencies didn't reply. Some did. We did, in fact, the CIA did, in fact, ask us not to publish one of the texts, and we agreed not to do it because we obviously would want to be responsible. But I mean, it's interesting that the CIA director says there's nothing sensitive or classified in this, but his own agency asked us not to publish one of these texts. And this morning we decided to publish these texts so people can see for themselves what was going on in the Signal chat that I saw, obviously inadvertently, because I was included in this secret Signal chain. And these are texts, and especially the Pete Hegseth text that was referred to earlier. Saw that 2 hours before the beginning of a strike. Obviously, when I was seeing that, one of the thoughts that was crossing my mind was, what if it wasn't me who was mistakenly included on this chain, but what if it was somebody who was friendly to the Houthis or to their Iranian sponsors or to Russia or China? And I think the point is well taken. This needlessly endangered Americans who are already in positions of danger. This added a layer of danger.
What? This is a fucking stupid thing to say. What if it was somebody who was friendly to the Houthis or the Iran? Okay, there's a reason for your name to come up when he's trying to type in JD, you know?
Mm-hmm.
He sees JG, which is what his name is in the chat, is JG, right? So, like, that's plausible. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But Signal still uses your personal phone number. So that would mean that, like, they're communicating through personal phone devices with terrorist organizations. Like the Houthis, who Trump classified as a terrorist organization. They aren't adding them to group chats. This is such a stupid, like, oh no, it could have been so much worse if it wasn't just a journalist. It could have been a terrorist. No, it couldn't have. Okay? We need to stop this whole narrative that what if the Houthis found out that they were going to get strike? It's pissing me off. Fucking sensationalizing your own fucking story. I get it. But shut the fuck up. He'd be like, he constantly, well, this occurred to me, blah, blah, blah. I'm the hero. Shut the fuck up. I'm the hero because my name is JG, which was similar to some other idiot.
Did you redo that one?
Yeah.
Can you send the link again?
I'll find it. Gotta go open the drive again.
Yeah, because you sent me 3 of the shut the fuck up.
That was completely unnecessary and reckless.
I named them.
Well, let's talk more about the substance of these messages, because as you noted, well before the first bombs fell,
so it's either this one or the next one.
Back to get fucked up, bitch beetle. You are
it's either that one
constitutionally incapable of not shutting the fuck up,
or it's gonna be this one.
It's not that one.
Wait, is it that one?
Yep, that's the one.
Defense Secretary is detailing the strike plan hour by hour. This is before the pilots on the attack mission were even airborne. And then after the strike, Mike Waltz sends a message with what appears to be real-time intelligence about the conditions on the ground. He writes, building collapsed, had multiple positive ID. What stands out to you about that?
Well, what stands out is that at this hearing, some of the Republicans were arguing that no sources or methods.
You are constitutionally incapable of not shutting the fuck up.
Perfect. Much better.
Are disclosed in this. Sources and methods is the shorthand in the intelligence community for where information comes from and how it's developed. Now, quite obviously, you don't want the Houthis on the ground in Yemen to understand that there may be humans on the ground who are observing them, or other forms.
All right, I'm done with this.
Yeah.
Secretary Hegseth consider his position over the signal?
Hegseth is doing a great job. He had nothing to do with this.
No.
Hegseth. How do you bring Hegseth into it? He had nothing to do. Look, it's all a witch hunt. Here we are talking about some of the greatest business deals ever made. The greatest companies in the world are moving into the United States, and you want to ask about whether or not Signal works. I don't know that Signal works. I think Signal could be defective, to be honest with you. And I think that's what we have to, because you use Signal and we use Signal and everybody uses Signal, but it could be a defective platform, and we're going to have to find that out.
Okay, cope.
Texas Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett is facing censure.
Oh, wait, before this one, do the
Not
test
this one.
purpose one on the Houthis.
Finally have our
I
first.
wanted another Fox News one, but maybe these guys
they
will...
show
somewhat
some Fox News clips,
Beautiful.
I think.
Beautiful. Then this will be the last one, then Houthi thing, and then we'll go to Jasmine Crockett.
The Bimbos also show some funny clips, but...
Okay, but we've spent a long time on this.
Spent too much time.
Fun.
Although there's a lot to talk about, lot to see. It's definitely... We've definitely supplied enough context.
Out of the Trump administration. I mean, I think we're we're over 2 months in, and it's been really, really difficult to cover almost all of it. But this text signal thing is at least something we can mock.
This is also, and I think it is probably the first time the administration square on is on its heels a little bit. I mean, I definitely think that there has been some panic around Tesla's stock price, and we've seen sort of second order panic from the administration to make sure that Elon Musk's cot or bed or whatever he's sleeping in the White House is still comfy. But this is the first one that feels like we may end up seeing, and it's very reminiscent. People forget this, but starting sometime around now, in the Trump administration, the first one, it was scandal after scandal. You had that guy, the head of the EPA was taking all sorts of, writing off all sorts of flights. I mean, everybody who got into the Trump administration the first time around was basically using it as their own little slush fund. And they were dropping like flies. I don't think that's going to be the case in this administration, not because they're not doing this, but because there's no one in there to find them and catch them doing this. I mean, honestly, I think we have no inspector generals in these offices. We have no, they have cleared out and intimidated so many people already so early on, including going after lawyers to whistleblowers and big law firms and the Washington Post, CNN, ABC, paying off. I mean, time and time again, whether these outlets and the individuals have been cowed, it certainly sends a message to everyone that you may not want to stick your neck out a little bit because it's going to get lopped off. But in this instance, and in fact, I would argue that the reporter in this instance did the bare minimum in terms of the opportunity that was afforded them.
Yeah, we sit on Biden's declining mental acuity, or some of the stuff that was in that book, War, the Woodward book. You sit on all of this information for years, but Goldberg couldn't stay in the chat for a little bit longer? Come on, buddy.
Well, we'll get to that. And it's sort of what's sort of fascinating is that there's an inherent contradiction in it. When we heard this story yesterday, we were on air. I think all of our first instinct was it's fake. Right. Not fake in terms of it's not real, but more this is a little staged. Jeffrey Goldberg, obviously an uber supporter of Israel and Israeli Zionism. He was a IDF prison guard. Some of us, some are at a beach, work at a restaurant. Others of us go be a guard in the IDF.
Committing war crimes to blow off steam.
And Although, that is a general statement. We don't know that he specifically was involved in any war crimes. But, I mean, we do know that it's quite clear members of the IDF, prison guards, have committed war crimes. We saw a video of it, frankly. But that's aside. That's not the point here. Apparently, what happened, according to Jeffrey Goldberg,
it's
is one day
Trump
he's sitting around.
referencing a video of people being fucked by dogs there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that is fucking crazy. What a world we live in.
And his phone gives him a notification.
This is March 11th was the date.
Yeah. And you've been added to Signal by Matt, what's it? Michael Waltz?
Mike Waltz.
Mike Waltz. Sorry. And if you're on Signal, this happens to you time to time.
Yeah,
because
trying to sell you crypto usually.
People, well, that happens to be on Skype all the time, constantly.
Right.
But on Signal, if one of the people,
Palestinian prisoners on video,
who you're in their contact.
Oh.
Yeah, we showed it. I think.
I'm pretty sure we talked about it. I forgot about it.
Oh, you know what? It might have been the flaming hot iron in the anus that was on video, actually. Maybe not the dog rape. I think both, though.
Will come in and they'll sign up, and they won't know that you might want to select which contacts you're in, and they'll just blow it all out, and you'll get this notice like, oh, I haven't talked to this person in like 8 years. And you think, are they adding me to Signal? And then you remember, oh, it's just a blanket
It's
thing.
an automated thing.
And then a couple of days go by, and all of a sudden he gets this notice that he's been added to a new group, new Signal group.
Called a Houthi PC small group, and PC stands for Principal Coordination.
And so he thinks, this has got to be a joke.
Yeah.
He thinks it's either like some type of phishing thing, and supposedly he consults with people in the office, and he's like, "What should I do?" And they're like, "Check it out, see what's going on," because it could also be, and this is the case, and it's understated because so many people don't want this to be a reason that Hillary Clinton lost, but I can tell you that people who work in the government and reporters all know, and you see it reported here and there, and you just don't take it terribly to heart. But foreign countries, I've heard China, I've heard Iran, I've heard Russia, I imagine Israel, although I don't know if I've specifically heard that. They have been going after reporters, journalists, government officials, campaign officials across the political spectrum, trying to get compromising stuff in some fashion or another. And so he was skeptical, and then he gets in this, and the people who are on this include JD, as in JD Vance. That's the vice president. Marr, the Secretary of State, Mark Antonio Rubio. And what happens as this guy's on the chat, and because he joins it immediately, all of these people's seconds say that they're here. So they are all talking about, like, the primaries are saying who are their seconds who are also monitoring this. So, for instance, Rubio writes Mike Needham for state, designating the current counsel of the State Department as his representative. They all have representatives on this. I don't know if that's so it's not on their phone, and they have their body person essentially with them to use their phone, or if it's a way of making sure that they never, like, they have maybe some type of plausible deniability or whatnot. Andy Barker for VP, Tulsi Gabbard is here, Joe Kent for DNI, Scott B. would have been Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Pete Hegseth. Brian McCormick for the NSC, representing to John Ratcliffe. All in all, there were 18 individuals, including National Security Council officials, Steve Witkoff, the President Trouble Middle East and Ukraine negotiator, Susie Wiles, the White House Chief of Staff, and someone identified only as SM.
Because, and I know, like, I think we believe it more now that more information's come out, but it seems like something he would want to be seen saying about something that's actually about protecting Israel. It's like, oh, the bailing out Europe thing, I don't know, it's flattering to him.
But they say that in public.
Yeah.
And then he goes on to say, let's just make sure our messaging is tight here. If there are things we can do up front to minimize risk to Saudi oil facilities, we should do it.
Oh, yeah.
So we get here. And Hegseth goes on to say, I fully share your loathing of European freeloading. It's all caps pathetic.
It's weird to all caps it to your...
I mean, honestly, like, what, like you're in a, just take a moment.
He's
As disturbing as this is, these are the most powerful people in the world talking about using the most powerful killing machine developed by man.
Like it's fantasy football.
And you've got to all caps something to make your point. Like, it is the tool of people who see themselves as incredibly weak and ineffectual that you need to capitalize things like that. Or, you know, if you do it as a joke, which I could see, but I do it think he's making a joke here. It's pathetic.
Don't get the point.
But Mike is correct. We are the only ones on the planet on our side of the ledger, the good guys, who can do this. Nobody else even close. Question is timing. I feel like now is as good a time as any, given POTUS directive to reopen shipping lanes. I think we should go, but POTUS still retains 24-hour decision space. Do you know how much a guy like Pete Hegseth likes to write the words decision space? It is like, he is just like, it's total, he is, we got 24 hours of decision space.
I mean,
I am so in on this.
He was cast for this role.
Totally.
Tell that to your significant other. I need an hour of decision space on this one.
Well, no, his significant other doesn't get any decision.
Right.
Like, he has the Jew horn, the shofar.
What?
Like, people will call in and ask to get... Yeah, you've never heard of? Look up, okay, open up YouTube, okay? Just full screen, like raw YouTube tab. Open it up real quick.
He's defending himself now.
No, watch. Just open up YouTube raw, okay? And I'm going to tell you what to type in the chat, okay? Type in NYC Jew blows horn. And I guarantee you 100 videos come up. I told you.
Oh my god, that's obnoxious.
So, like,
it's
a lot of the, I don't know if they're there's like, you know, basically some sects that are pretty traditional, right? And so they'll come up to people on the streets of New York City and ask if they're Jewish, and if they are Jewish, they blow the horn.
I would say
don't know
yes.
What it represents. I just have seen it happen many times.
There's a Jew here.
No, that's what happened. They go. I don't want to do the voice, but they do have the voice.
The New York Jew voice.
No. The the like Hasidic, like deeper voice.
Yes. Yep. Interesting. I would say yes, just get the horn blown.
Yeah, but Sam's horn sounds much better, the recording he plays, but fans will call in asking for it as a celebration if they did something.
I
got a
stopped myself from making a real bad joke.
So they'll be like, "Can I get a shofar?" And he'll press that a lot, and that's probably the soundbite you'll hear the most with him.
Ah, interesting.
But he
I was
plays.
gonna...
It's normally not voices, but I know there are some that he'll play. Oh, you know,
Okay.
he'll play the Tim Pool. You know what the Majority Report did? They took the song we released, All I Ever Wanted, and then put it through a filter to make it sound bad. I think he has that as a soundbite that he'll sometimes put on. But I might be mistaken.
How do they verify that you're Jewish?
They just ask, "Are you Jewish?" And then they blow the horn. I'm dead serious. This isn't a joke.
No, I'm making a joke. That's so funny though. Such a funny culture. Honestly, the more I learn about them, the more interesting it is.
It's only like a specific type of guy.
That's what I mean though. They're all different. Like they all have their little quirks. It's
Like,
so interesting.
I don't know why they blow the horn or what it symbolizes. I just know that it's a thing that they do. They come up and they say, "Are you Jewish?" And you go, "No," and they walk away. I said I wasn't going to do the voice. Somehow I got goaded into doing it just by telling the story more and more. There's a lot more of this involved as well when they talk. They ask. Anyway, who likes polls? Did you see the poll in the chat? Can we get another Jew horn?
Another one?
Yeah, I want a guy who's literally got curly cues on his face. See? There's one guy who's literally plugging his ears. Like, these are the annoying Jews.
I've seen those before. I just didn't know what they were.
Shut the fuck up. How obnoxious.
Is this logo the fucking terrorist organization?
Jewish News 1?
And,
I don't know.
I couldn't tell. That's what I'm talking. These the guys. Literally a horn.
I have a headache now.
Amazing, isn't it? Now we learned something. I don't know what we learned
Hegseth
exactly.
is dicking around with JD Vance. They're going back and forth.
But
Vance is saying, I sort of don't want to do this. I sort of don't want to do this. And Hegseth is like, well, you know, buddy, whatever, you know, I hate it too, but I think maybe we should, but no. And then Miller comes in. The president was clear. Green light.
How many shekels does the horn cost? I still fucking
Bro, look at shit. When I was young, I went to temple with my family, and they would let me and the kids blow it sometimes. I never really got it down right. See?
Interesting. How do you actually blow the horn?
They don't know.
Like, is it like a trumpet? Like, is it like a bugle? Like, how do you actually, like, how does it actually work?
It's like a horn.
It's
the first of the trials that a young Jew must accomplish before he gets bar mitzvah.
Look, Israel's money is called shekels. I'm not... fucking... What do you mean? That guy was in Israel. I'm asking how much one costs. What are you talking about?
I mean, you probably have to pay for the ram.
Okay. And then what? Just kill it?
Yeah, you gotta make the horn yourself. It's like a quest. First you have to obtain the shekel. And then you have to buy the rand.
You have to work. Fuck. What a meme country.
I'm pretty sure that's not true. I'm just talking out my head.
No, I know, but still, I still can't believe the money. The money
Oh, come on.
Shekels.
You
It's a
really,
real money.
You're calling
That's
them a meme country when Scottish bagpipes exist? Like, come on. If we're going to make fun of animal instruments. It's a fucking bladder.
Fucking hell.
Who decided to blow into a sheep's piss sack and was like, hey, this makes the worst sound of all time?
At least the Aboriginals in Australia used wood and a fucking tube. At least they didn't have to make an awful fucking
Well, that's the
sound.
thing, is they already had fluting figured out. So they just jammed a bunch of flutes into a piss sack and blew into it.
And now we're cursed with bagpipes.
Well, they were like, oh, imagine if we could make a device that blew into the flute. And then somebody said, I have the perfect thing.
Alright, here we go. How many shekels buys a US dollar? I'm actually curious.
We really gotta move on.
Almost 4 shekels for a US dollar. They're essentially worth a quarter. There you go.
That's cool, because I imagine them as a bunch of coins that the guy's doing this with.
Fuck's sake.
I'm sorry. It's just what appears in my head, okay? It's like I can't help it. I know it's not true.
We're talking about Israel, by the way.
I hope Ethan Klein doesn't find this podcast.
We're explicitly talking about Israel, by the way.
What's wrong with money conversion?
Exactly. Wait, let's look up how much a horn costs now. What are they called?
No, we gotta get through this. We're running out of time.
Okay, I'll play the video. Ah, I haven't turned it over. My bad. I was too busy finding the actual cost.
The Middle East is not at peace as the United States military launched a campaign of targeted strikes against the Houthis in
the
Yemen.
best it's done in a while, considering.
I got one.
It's
Look.
pretty crazy.
80 bucks.
No, they
80
fucking
US
custom
dollars.
make these things, bro. Like, what's a fucking actual blackthorn shillelagh? Not a fucking mock blackthorn shillelagh, a real blackthorn
one?
shillelagh.
So let's go.
How much do those cost?
I will look that up in a second. $80 US to Israeli. It costs 295 shekels for a Israeli horn. I fucking can't get over it. Why would you call your money that? So dumb. How do you spell it? Black what?
Blackthorn.
It's
Blackthorn shillelagh. Authentic blackthorn shillelagh.
Oh my god, I almost got it.
It's actually pretty easy to spell once you know how to say it, you know? Make sure it's like a .Ireland website. You know what I'm saying? Like the company's got to be Blackthorn shillelaghs. The military craft, they say it's fucking handmade,
Combat.
but these are the. There you go. See, they're fucking expensive.
$400. Yeah, they're expensive. Jesus Christ.
And still, this is like the military
look cool.
bulk sale website too.
These look sick. What the fuck?
Yeah, do you know about these?
Yeah, vaguely.
Do you know why they were
Whack
developed?
'em 6, right?
Do you know why they were developed specifically?
Whack British
To kill
people?
cops.
Nice.
So, like, you couldn't fucking confiscate a man's walking stick, you know?
True.
And the cops would be shaking people down so often,
Mhm.
so
Interesting.
the Irish stick fighting martial art develops specifically around defense against police.
That's pretty fucking cool, honestly.
And it's the blackthorn. It's a hardwood. So while it's a bush, so it's like it's still as hard and heavy as oak.
Interesting.
You know, so it's like being hit with a metal club. Like they are dense and very heavy. And so what they do is they take the root of the blackthorn and they find one that has a notch, and that's what gives it the ball. Is it's like the notch in the root itself.
That's interesting. And it's a plant only in Ireland?
It might be in other places, but you can do it with also holly.
Okay.
Will work, but blackthorn is like the authentic. And you can just find it, you know, you just go out and you find the wood and you can
make it yourself.
Yeah, you find a good stick and you fucking make it into a club.
Those chocolate coins were called for. Oh, yep. Out loud. That's fucking hilarious.
Don't you remember the video I showed you?
Geld? What?
About the shillelagh maker?
Yes, you did, yeah.
A dozen F-18 fighters took off from an aircraft carrier, destroying more than 60 Houthi targets. Then, Arleigh Burke missile destroyers fired multiple Tomahawk cruise missiles, hitting the newly redesignated terrorist group.
Million a pop.
And I can't help but feel like, shit, here we go again. These strikes reached out and touched Houthi command centers, missile launchers, and leadership sites. But will this return freedom of navigation to the Red Sea?
Got it.
Welcome back, Spare Parts Army. I'm your average infantryman, Chris Cappy, and today I want to examine what impact these airstrikes may have on the Houthis' overall capabilities.
That's the thing, is
We'll
that
tally
ball
up
end?
exactly how much of
needs to
Even
be pointy.
that's like, I look at that and I'm like, that's not a fucking proper.
Needs to be pointy.
Nah, it's like they fucking make the end like an actual double-sided hammer. Because it's supposed to be a walking stick. Like your hand has to like.
Oh,
fit
you
it.
mean you're talking about that, not the missile?
Yeah.
Right.
We'll get to it.
Gotcha.
of America's
missile
air
rolls.
defense stockpile has been expended in this fight, and how the Houthis are attempting to respond. Starting in 2023, the Houthis began firing ballistic missiles at civilian and warships in the Red Sea, disrupting roughly 12% of global shipping. Since
that's a
then,
decent
coalition
amount, honestly.
airstrikes have been unable to stop them.
How much did the
We've
Somali
learned
pirates
that
disrupt?
distributed missile teams are like weeds that are very difficult to root
Say that
out.
again?
Since then, a
How much
ton
did
has
Somali
changed
pirates
for the
disrupt?
Iranian-backed group. They've officially
Probably
been
not that
given
much.
the honor of being redesignated
People had to
as a
fucking
terrorist
sail around the
organization.
African
So what's
Horn?
different this time
Or
with
the,
these attacks you have?
The tip. The spear?
The horn of the tip of Africa.
Yeah, the south. They would go.
Cape.
That's the whole thing with the
Cape Town.
Captain Phillips thing. You know, like he's depicted as a hero in that movie, but like really he knew the risk and knew what he was putting his crew at risk to,
Yeah.
and was really fucking more protecting the company than his crew. And that's why a lot of the crew were kind of mad about how he was depicted in the movie.
13. Somali pirates disrupted an estimated 15%. Damn.
Told you. Man.
Damn. Damn.
Houthis
Wow.
ate shit.
Holy
Houthi ate
shit. They did that with fucking fishing boats.
Dinghies and shit,
That's
bro.
crazy. I didn't realize they hit that much.
They actually had full flotilla fleets.
Huh.
And there would be like scout skiffs, takeover skiffs and stuff,
Crazy.
command vessels and stuff. Like
Loose
command and
units.
control platforms and stuff.
Fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Well, we can start to get a better idea of the impact of these strikes by taking a look at this live conflict map,
Stop
which
it.
is kind of like a weather map, but
Stop
for
now.
war. It's a war map, if you will.
No
you can
more.
See these red bomb icons
this
are
so
the
far
exact
in Africa.
geolocated places of precision strikes. This view breaks down the battle space, Barney style, so we can understand at a high level what's happening in the battle space.
Yeah, the best part about
attacks
funny shit is
focused
knowing
on
when it's
several
not anymore.
locations in Sana'a,
He's
which is
saying battle
Yemen's
space,
largest
bro.
city, including a power station that took out electricity to a section of the entire city. Within Sana'a is a section known as Eastern Garaf, which was hit by 4 munitions. They were targeting the Houthi military headquarters that are spread out throughout this city. But one of the big challenges here with this operation is that Sana'a is densely populated with 3.5 million people living here. I think by looking closer at the range of weapons that are used in the attack, it'll tell us a lot about the intended effects on target. So video footage from CENTCOM, released on X, showed multiple F-18 fighter jets carrying a payload of AGM-154 joint standoff weapons. I'll never not think that it's weird that the powers that be on both America and Houthis post highlight reels of their kills online on X, where I also tweet dick jokes. But the point of what I'm saying
But it all
is that
started with those Call of Duty kill cams, bro.
AGM-154s
Don't you understand? Like those
What do you
360 no-scope kill cams from Call of Duty compilations came first, right? And then you literally would have people, so like you had the sniper tapes, right?
Yeah.
So like people would mimic those sniper tapes in Call of Duty.
Okay.
Would like put the text on screen and everything.
Yeah,
Like
yes, okay, replicating them. Yeah,
Well,
okay.
they would do the sniper kill streaks, but they would set it up like it was fucking Iraqi insurgency release.
Was it Call of Duty? It wasn't Battlefield?
Well, at the time, Call of Duty was what was popular. So,
Okay.
like, the sniper tapes came out years before this trend in Call of Duty, right? So that's what's interesting about it is that there's this crossover where anyone who served in the Iraq War between 2003 and 2008 knows these sniper tapes well. Anyone who's from the Middle East and was around during those times know those sniper tapes well. And then anyone who is a part of like the gaming culture, the bro alpha culture, Call of Duty culture, knows these sniper tapes
Yeah.
because of the crossover in culture. And then you have the comic books that were even made about the sniper, you know?
I didn't know there were comic books.
Yeah, there's they're American comics. They're not comic books, they're just panels of the
Okay.
Juba sniper.
Yeah, okay. Ah, you're talking about Juba. Okay.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
like
okay.
it was like it's a very culturally significant like type of thing. But like it was really the insurgents who were filming because Al-Qaeda was paying anyone who like filmed bombs going off on Americans and shit, right?
So it was accidental.
Well, no, Al-Qaeda wanted the tapes, right? The Al-Qaeda wanted the media sphere to be dominated by these things because the Americans were being so tight-lipped about their operations in America. Al-Qaeda specifically changed their battle plan around the embedded journalist program, where only these approved things were getting out and stuff. So it's like this. So people were desperate for an alternative source, knowing that all these embedded journalists were getting the final say from the military on what to publish, right? So Al-Qaeda came in with all these resistance networks filming these videos, constantly posting these videos, constantly posting compilations and different things like that. And it really set up like the insurgent video network. And it's like right when digital is coming to age, where you could post
Yeah.
things online and stuff. So they were filming them on tape, but they ended up online digitized because of Al Qaeda. You know, like they had the means to help the insurgency broadcast these things online. And so the sniper is really fucking took the fucking battle space by storm. You know, like he's like counting down the kills, talking about how these got these bullets for George Bush and the imperialism and all this stuff. Like it's a very politically motivated thing that occurs there. And then it's memed years later by people who like fought in that war who are now playing Call of Duty. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
because there's a crossover there. You know, Chuds go to war, Chuds play Call of Duty.
That's true.
And so, like, a lot of these clip compilations in Call of Duty resemble these insurgent compilations.
Interesting. So they've kind of taken inspiration from it in a way.
Yeah, it's like the Iraq War has so much cultural zeitgeist around it that's shared globally around things like that.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Have an accuracy that is so precise you can hit within 3 meters of where you're aiming. The AGM-154 can be outfitted with a range of warheads, but all the pilots I know strongly endorse that 500-pound bomb as choice. Another video released showed the F-18s loaded up with a payload of AGM-84H standoff missiles, which has a super long range of 250 kilometers.
No,
this
more.
keeps the pilot at a safe distance away from that air defense because
big.
nobody wants to get downed over enemy territory.
2.2
Houthis have
pounds to
been
a
firing a ton of anti-air missiles at American pilots who have so far managed to duck them, although some Reaper drones were not as lucky. Pour some out for my drone homies. The key feature of the AGM-84 is that it allows
they have
the
a fucking
operator to steer that missile in the final
portable
approach
nuke
to
now?
the target. If you've ever
A
got
portable one, like a Davy Crockett, shoulder mounted.
No, it's a backpack slot and it's a hell bomb that you put down. But you can also fucking suicide bomb with it.
Oh, that's sick. I haven't played for a minute.
So, like, for example, one of the most annoying things is you drop down and you're next down to the radar tower. So you have to divert everything to shut down that radar tower, and it takes lives off of you. And especially if the fucking Air Force that the bots have spawned close to those radar towers. But if you just have one guy with the hell bomb, you just need to get in there and put it down. Because that's the thing, is you have to not only infiltrate that base, you had to type in the codes to shut down the network,
drop the
or
bomb and then
you had
defend
to
the
get
bomb,
lucky where the enemy spawner was close enough to the antenna that you could get a fucking shot with an autocannon or grenade launcher through the fucking vent and blow up the tower that way. But with this, you just can put the bomb down and fucking set it up to go off and fucking get out of there. Especially if you run with the anti-tank launchers, because the anti-tank launchers can actually blow up hell bombs if they're armed. All other guns will destroy them, but the anti-tanks will actually set them off.
I didn't know that.
You can put it down and then fucking hit it with the anti-tank to make sure it goes off, and just fucking sacrifice yourself to take down the radar instead of like expending so many lives to get that shit down.
Yeah, that's a good idea. It's a good addition.
gotten a kill streak in Call of Duty, you already know what it's
I haven't
like
played
to
in a
use
while
this weapon.
either.
It makes the AGM-84 highly accurate against high-value targets. And normally I would love to be considered highly valued, but when it comes to U.S. airstrikes, the last thing I want to be is someone who's highly valued. Because the live conflict map shows at least one high-valued Houthi security official was killed in the strike just north of Sana'a in that initial wave. If you're like
This is
me and
what
you're
they
wondering
talked about on
what
the
makes
signal
these new
about the
strikes
collapsed
any
building.
different from the old ones, still,
Where it
according to
killed his, like,
reports, one of
girlfriend,
the
too?
main changes here
Yes.
is that U.S. forces are now targeting Houthi political leadership instead of just the launch sites, instead of just the training bases, instead of just the storage facilities. So the goal here appears to be an attempt to dismantle
Not me being
the
like,
Houthis'
wow, this is going to destroy our
organizational structure,
relationship with the
although
Houthis.
U.S. officials are still insisting that regime change is not what they're aiming at. Do you pinky promise? No, the goalpost has been set at returning deterrence and preventing the Houthis from threatening ships in the sea. And to hammer that commitment home, on March 21st, the United States upped the ante by sending a second aircraft carrier strike group to the Middle East, doubling their combat power and sending a strong indication that the intensity of the attacks are about to increase. If someone sent 2 multi-billion-dollar aircraft carriers after me, I wouldn't even be mad. I would be impressed. That's an honor. What this means, though, is there will now be somewhere in the ballpark of a combined 180 fighter jets on 2 aircraft carriers. This also increases capability to defend the civilians in the Red Sea who are trying
Honestly,
to send shipping through
the
here.
cost
And
that
that's
this
because
is
they
now
have
costing-
an influx of interceptors that can take out
They might
the
have an
Houthis'
edge on the
ballistic
Houthis there.
munitions. We saw
Or the,
tweeted
Somali
out, for
pirates.
instance, video of American fighter jets blasting Houthi drones out of the sky like a fireworks display. And one of the reasons I think the U.S. military wants to see a fast end to the conflict here is so they can reduce their use of air defense munitions that they're expending. Since 2023, the U.S. Navy has been just yeeting expensive air defense munitions left and right to the tune of 400 munitions, or about $1 billion left and right.
Yeah, that's funny.
The U.S. Navy has been just yeeting expensive air defense
Watch
munitions
this.
left and right.
That's his left hand.
Heart going out.
No, that's his left hand. He said left and right. It zoomed in on his right hand when they said left, and left hand when they said right because it's backwards on the camera. Watch.
23,
Yeah, sure.
the U.S. Navy has been just yeeting expensive
Watch.
air defense munitions left
Right
and
and left.
to the tune of 400 munitions, or about
Cares.
$1 billion
I just
worth
find
of
that
interceptors.
shit funny.
Is that a waste or the best live fire training event of your entire career? I don't know, but the good part of that was that it gave sailors and pilots a ton of practice and useful data to improve interceptors' performance.
Maybe he's
and
mirroring
hit rate
his
in the
shot
future.
like I do.
But the downside was some claimed that it was
Like, this is
eating
my
through
right.
stockpiles. The arsenal was getting depleted. The Navy hasn't fired this many missiles since your dad served in it way back in dang World War II. The U.S. Department of Defense says that their warships were targeted over 170 times, and commercial ships were targeted 145 times since 2023. In response, to protect these ships, the Navy fired a total of 400 munitions. Not missiles, but 400 munitions. Sources from the Navy said that included 120 of the older SM-2 missiles, 80 of the newer, more advanced, technologically fancy SM-6 missiles, and 20 of the Sea Sparrow and SM-3 missiles. So in total, that's about 200 missiles per year, and add on to that 160 cannon shots from their 5-inch guns. But I'd like to know, is this really burning through America's overall stockpiles of missiles, or does someone just want monies to buy more missiles? Currently, the Navy's manufacturing 17 of the SM-2 missiles, 12 of the SM-3s, 125 of the fancy SM-6s per year. So their total manufacturing production adds up to about 154 of these new missiles produced annually. Based on the Navy's reports, they fired roughly 200 missile interceptors in total in combat in the Red Sea. So that's a net loss of about only 46
My favorite
missiles
part
per
about
year
Pearl Harbor
from
is when they
existing
make the
stockpiles.
wheelchair-bound
And what
president
is the existing stockpile?
stand up for fucking dramatic emphasis at one point. That's fucking
Do they really?
hysterical. Yeah, it's so funny. Such a shit movie.
That's fucking great.
Fortunately, we have open source numbers from weapons contracts that reveal there's an estimated to be around 12,000
Yeah,
of the
there
older
is.
SM-2
John Cena's
missiles
in that
produced,
movie, bro.
470 SM-3s, and
Yeah, he's in the
1,600
he's
of
in
the
a Juba
SM-6s,
sniper movie.
and about
They don't say it's
3,000
Juba though,
Sea
but it's
Sparrows
clearly
that have been
inspired
produced in
by
total.
him.
So the
Yeah.
open source stockpile estimates that there's a total
That
of
movie is
roughly
kinda good, actually.
17,000 air defense munitions
It's a very
in
interesting
the stockpile.
movie.
Even if
But
the U.S. Navy fired
also,
actually
it's like,
2
how do you
or
fucking
3
do a
times
whole
as many
movie
missiles in Red
Yeah.
Sea combat.
At a
the
wall
cost
where a
would
guy's just
still
pinned
only
down for
work
the whole
out to
movie.
a net loss of about 100 interceptors per year. But the open source numbers say that the missile costs between $5 and $28 million each, while the 5-inch
But he's
cannons
also- I
cost
mean, he's
about
also an American
$2,000
sniper.
per
It's like
desktop,
the
and
villain
that's roughly
sniper.
the full cost of doing business and protecting the
I
Red
think his
Sea.
name is Mustafa
That's
in the
not
movie.
including the Patriot air defense missile. The U.S. is on track to produce 650 Patriot missiles per year, and they've made over 10,000 of them in its lifespan.
Damn.
What we're talking about is a concept known as magazine depth, and it's affected by a number of different variables, like how many of those missiles are sold or sent to allies around the world, and it's impacted by how many missiles are in any given theater at any given time. We can take solace, though, in the fact that the U.S. military spends close to $1 trillion a year, and we're likely not going to run out of missiles defending the Red Sea. However, here's why, personally, I think there's still a valid concern here, though. Because if this rate of expenditure continues for, say, another 2 years, it's using missiles that could be used elsewhere. Military leadership and Congress agree that magazine depth should be increasing right now by hundreds, not decreasing by 100. I think the bigger strategic concern here is that the stockpile is way too low when you account for a major war with a near peer. So I think two things can be true here right now at the same time. Combat in the Red Sea isn't going to really make a huge difference on the stockpiles, and two, the U.S. military probably needs a much larger missile stockpile for a near-peer war. The Navy also expended roughly 100 Tomahawk cruise missiles in 1 month, which is roughly a year's stockpile in one single month. The Navy's cruise missile inventory isn't exactly publicly available for us to check like inventory at Costco, but based on previous purchase orders over its entire lifespan,
all
the
this
Navy
talk
has
about
procured
launching missiles
9,000
really makes me
Tomahawks,
wish
firing a few hundred enemy
EDF
strikes
6
isn't
would
believed
go
to
on
put
sale.
a major dent in that
Because
arsenal.
God, it's fun
They
to
aren't
fucking call
acquiring
in
new
those
ones really
missiles
right
and
now.
Tomahawks
Instead,
and
they're
shit.
focusing on upgrading existing stockpiles, but the point is, when this started happening, I was curious if the Navy might
Like
switch
I had the
away
one
from using
build
the
that I would
expensive air
do that
defense
was
missiles.
just fucking
Yeah.
the fucking gunship guns.
Mm-hmm.
Just fucking birding people.
I mean, I could probably stream it. I have the PlayStation online.
Yeah,
at the
it's gotta go. It's gotta be on sale though.
No,
It's-
I mean
it's-
5. We can stream 5.
Oh, I mean, did you buy it or did you get it with the pass?
No, it's on the pass. So because I have it, I can play it at the moment. You feel me?
For cheaper alternatives, which it looks like they've started doing. They fired 160 rounds from the Arleigh-Burke's 5-inch guns that are on the deck, which successfully destroyed.
You know what I was
drones.
thinking about
They
earlier
likely
today?
used a special kind
Is
of
the
proximity-fused airburst ammunition.
the mission
or
where
a
you
second
have
kind
all
of
the
5-inch ammo.
What are the fucking mechs called? The ballages or something?
I don't know. Robots.
The giant ones that punch.
Mm.
And you have like 6 of them, and they're fighting like the Godzillas and stuff.
Yes.
And then what I would do is I would just get in the helicopter picking up crates to farm.
Yes.
And like how crazy good that map was for farming while the fucking giant robots fought, and I was just flying around in a helicopter
it was a
and
good
then
mission,
trying
yeah.
to teach you how to fly the helicopter, because it's like, boy, is it good for certain maps to pick up crates, but God, is it
Yeah.
fucking difficult to learn.
Oh, that's a canister round.
I
which
hope
is
they didn't take
packed with these
helicopters
metal
out
balls
either,
that spray out
because I
with a
would
giant
probably-
5-inch shot. That's crazy. That's a crazy shotgun. That's the great thing about this option is the ship has 600
I would
rounds
love
of
to
those that they can go
fucking
full send with, so you don't have
do
to feel
some
like you
shit
just
where,
shot out
like,
the taxes
someone's
of
a
small
door
state
gunner,
every time you fire it.
and we're, like,
the downside
circling
is you have to
fucking
let
a
the explosive
battlefield.
drone get within
Yeah. And
16
just, like,
kilometers of the
unloading.
ship to get within range, which if we do some average infantry
And not machine
math
guns
here,
on those
together
door
for
gunners.
just a
I'm
second,
talking fucking auto
if I'm a
cannons,
drone
you know,
traveling at
fucking
an
busting
average of
holes in
speed of a
buildings and
Houthi
shit.
drone of 320 kilometers per hour, I will ruin your day in about 3 minutes. So it's cutting things close. It's not a lot of standoff. But how might the Houthis respond to these attacks? That gets us into that section, because they claim that they've fired 18 ballistic missiles and
There's
attack
just not
drones
enough games.
at the
Like,
aircraft
Call of
carrier
Duty
Stryker.
kind of
A
does
U.S.
it,
general
you know,
in charge
where
of the
you can call in
operation
missiles
had
and
this
stuff like
had
that,
this to
but,
say.
like,
Houthis claim to have tried to attack the Harry S. Truman. Quite frankly,
this is so funny, this clip. He talks so much shit about him.
Frankly, it's hard to tell because while we're executing precision strikes, they missed by over 100 miles. So I would just tell you their effectiveness. I would question anything that they claim in the press that they're doing or not doing. It's very hard to tell what they are just based on their level of incompetence.
The retaliation so far by the Houthis has been unsuccessful. What they have been successful in doing, though, is increasing the stress and workload on the Navy. Sailors who are braving these conditions have reported working 80 to 100-hour weeks, occasionally for long, extended stretches. The USS Truman Carrier Strike Group is going to have their deployment extended by at least a month now, keeping them away from friends and family back home. Routinely, the Navy is having their deployments extended from 6 to 9 months, like we're back in GWOT again. There have also been gaps in coverage because there weren't enough ships to send through the Red Sea. The Navy's described this experience as an opportunity to learn how to manage long combat deployments that are extended. That's seeing the glass half full. The other major takeaway was this was the first time in history that I'm aware of where ground-launched anti-ship ballistic missiles and new kamikaze attack drones were fired in anger at American warships. There are similar kinds of systems that would potentially be fired by China in the future being fired at these sailors, and the sailors in the U.S. Navy now have good data and proof that their interceptors work. It's a major confidence booster, although some missiles did reportedly get a little too close for comfort. And the other important geopolitical aspect to examine here is the Iranian connection. So this is a Iranian-backed proxy, and these strikes are happening at the same time as the U.S. government is turning to focus on Iran. They're increasing economic pressure on Iran and trying to reach some kind of settlement on Iran's nuclear program. The United States signaled that if Iran refuses to enter into nuclear talks, then military action could come next. The U.S. and Iran have been in this kind of low-key proxy war going on between the two for years, but America so far has not conducted large-scale direct strikes against Iran since 1980s. After nearly a week of waves of airstrikes,
the amount of bombs we have dropped
the Golden Zone,
Iranian army.
Yeah, it's very funny.
Nobody fucking knows. It's like we're British, you know?
Yeah.
Nobody fucking knows what our military does.
Put pressure on the Houthis, and it will hurt their capabilities. But if the past is any indication of the future, it won't be able to stop them outright. Say that because the Houthis have been bombed by the Saudis, the United States, the UK for years now, and they still manage to operate with the help of Iran. Usually for an air campaign to be successful in destroying a force and its capabilities, there needs to be some kind of major ground campaign.
We've been undermining it the whole time.
ISIS was
like the fact that we're taking out
major partner forces on the ground
targets
fighting,
and compromising our ability to counter
Air
Al
and missile
Qaeda in
campaigns
the peninsula is like. That's the thing, is this, like, there's certainly maybe some place to criticize here. But then you would also have to, like, be privy to know how closely the United States has worked with them. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, yeah.
Alone historically have limited outcomes.
My favorite was when this first broke out.
They haven't ruled out using
and there was like 3 Americans literally embedded with the Houthis when strikes were starting, and they had to figure out how to get them the fuck out.
That is pretty funny. Fucking idiot.
Nobody knows that though. It was pretty public information. I think even Black Red Guard said something about it, you know?
Interesting.
About 3 Americans.
If we're doing a movie, it needs to happen soon. If
Okay.
not, I'm happy to keep going with Jasmine Crockett stuff and whatever.
Well, we can look at some of her stuff.
After mocking Texas Governor Greg Abbott.
The
Abbott
Iron
has
Brown
been in a
video is really
wheelchair
good
since
too, because it's got Flint Dibble
1984.
in it.
He was 26 years old and out for a jog when a large tree broke and fell on his back. But here's what Abbott had to say during the speech.
Imagine being so evil that God hates you that much that he tries to take you out with a tree while you're jogging.
Tries to take you out before you are able to harm people and still fail.
You know?
Excellent.
It's probably like going back in time to kill Hitler, but they failed, like the Terminator.
Yeah. And now he's just in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
Disenfranchising disabled voters. It's pretty cool. Oh, and that includes disabled veterans, by the way. Disabled veterans also get disenfranchised in Texas by this law.
Of course, they get disenfranchised even harder.
Yeah.
Is that he is a hot mess, honey. So yes.
Now the Congresswoman is refusing to apologize and claiming she was talking about migrant buses. Posting this on X, I wasn't thinking about the governor's condition. I was thinking about the planes, trains, and automobiles he used to transfer migrants into communities led by
I mean, she
black
is
mayors,
in Texas,
deliberately
so
stoking tension and fear among the most
she would
vulnerable.
be more plugged in
At
on
no
these
point, she
things.
says, did I mention or allude to his condition. So I'm even
She's
more
definitely just
appalled that the very
gaslighting.
people who unequivocally
Yeah.
support Trump,
It's
a
very
man
funny.
known for racially insensitive nicknames and mocking those with disabilities, are now outraged. End quote. And Governor Abbott reacted to those comments during an interview with Sean Hannity last
Did he
night.
cry about it?
Oh, what's this? It's a
Well,
Hot
Sean,
Wheels.
Is another day and another disaster by the Democrats. The reality is they have no vision, no policy. They have nothing to sell but hate. And
ironic.
are not
Celibate?
buying it. It's one reason why Texas is going to remain red and why Republicans are going to continue to win elections across the country.
Will they?
Of course, I begin with a gentleman from Texas. Talk to us about how you feel about this.
Well, I think the area that she represents was once represented by what we used to call the gentle lady from Texas, Eddie Bernice Johnson. She was known as being bipartisan. She was a Democrat.
I
of
love how
course,
they're
but she
all
worked across
diplomatic
the aisle and
now
got along with people.
because
She would be
Jasmine
disappointed
Crockett's
with the way
being
the Congresswoman
inflammatory.
is behaving in this position. It's very trashy. It was very the statement that she provided was also race baiting when she
Like, don't worry. We all see you guys. The only reason you are angry is because she's a black woman. It's very obvious. It's very obvious.
to say that the governor was targeting black mayors. All of those cities decided to be a sanctuary. And I would note that all of those cities with their black population stormed the city councils and said, why are you bringing them to our backyard? Why do you have these policies when you should be focused on the issues that impact us on a day-to-day basis? I would note, though, Greg Abbott in my home state of Texas is hugely popular. He's probably the best governor in my lifetime there.
Oh, my God.
I'm not sure we can say the same thing about the Congresswoman.
A little
Jerry,
closer
I
to the
want
hole,
to talk
sir.
about a potential for a pattern here, because last night the chief of staff said a statement, please be assured that the Congresswoman in no way meant any harm toward the governor or meant to take lightly any medical conditions that he may have. She said, please know that...
I don't know. It's pretty funny that a tree fell on him.
I think
I thought
it
he
would be
was
funny. She's like,
disabled
oh, she was
forever.
like, oh, he's in a wheelchair. I didn't know that. You're telling me for the first time.
That would have been funny.
the Congresswoman has and will
I don't know.
continue-
I think it's pretty funny that a tree fell on him because I thought he was in a wheelchair from birth. It's even funnier that it was
God
a
just
tree.
hates him.
Like, finish the job now, please.
continue to advocate for the needs of our disabled
Drop
neighbors
another
across
tree.
Texas 30, the state of Texas, and our country as a whole. But I go back to a tweet of the
As
Congresswoman's
a
from
whole.
2022, where she writes, the new nickname I have for Beto O'Rourke is the king of the clapbacks. Beto is rolling all around the state. Where is Abbott rolling to? Some argue this is a pattern of being anti-disabled and, at a minimum, highly insensitive for years.
Why is it that the people who are always saying that Republicans
Oh
are
my God.
short-sighted and-
Yes, you guys are the poor little victims. Oh, you poor little religious victims. Oh, yes, you're so moral. You're so pure. Yes, you
And
haven't been running
people wonder
defense
why,
for
like,
people
the
like
Democrats
this.
don't play hardball with these people. Do you
They're
know how hard it
facilitating
is
them.
to fucking like keep your integrity against this shit? That's the thing.
Yeah.
Is just like a lot of them don't have the fucking capacity to fucking talk shit like Jasmine Crockett can.
True. True. They're just trying to do their jobs. And poorly at that.
and that they're not welcoming to people, that they, in fact, end up saying stuff like this. It astonishes me. Look, public discourse is hitting a new low. The governor has it absolutely right. The Democrats are reeling. They don't know what to do, and they're lashing out in a really immature way.
She talks about the language, Kaylee. Let's harken back to a bit of a meltdown, today's House DOJ subcommittee hearing, where the point of the hearing to press NPR and PBS on their news coverage, and this is what we were subjected to.
We need to stop playing because that's what y'all are doing in here. You don't want to hear the opinions of anybody else. And the Constitution says Congress shall make no law respecting or...
You know what's funny? They've been saying that she's putting on the accent, My assumption from that is that while she was a lawyer, she put on white voice to sort of assimilate into the very white culture of lawyers.
I think with what she was representing, I think she was just like this as a lawyer.
That would be my initial assumption. My assumption, like assuming that they're correct on that she's changed the way she speaks, is that this is the way she speaks, and she was, what do they call it?
Just sometimes when she gets emotive, her southern accent comes out.
That's true.
That's what they mean. Anything
yeah.
Any code
Okay.
switching that they do, it has to be that they're fake.
Okay, interesting. Because that was just something that I saw.
Establishing
The conservatives complaining
of
about.
religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentlewoman's time has expired.
So Jasmine Crockett, Governor Hot Wheels, she says. My head immediately went to Governor Abbott being in a wheelchair. I played the soundbite for some others
I guess
who
that says
immediately
something
said,
about you,
"How
doesn't
could
it?"
she
Yeah,
say
doesn't
this?"
it?
Now she claims, oh, wait, I wasn't thinking about the governor's condition. I was thinking about planes, trains, automobiles he used to transfer migrants into communities led by black mayors. Problem for Jasmine Crockett.
No, it's
the
not.
Washington Free Beacon. Bring them in wherein they found Facebook posts from 2021 of her liking comments where they said Governor Hot Wheels. Well, that was before the busing into these Democratic cities. So she was liking comments long before the explanation she gives. Now, I'm young
Yeah, you
enough,
guys
or I
care
should
so
say
much.
old enough to remember a few
Wow,
short
they
years
actually
ago
investigated
where the
something.
media, Mr. Jake Tapper,
Isn't it funny
went
that
nuts.
the one time that they investigate something, it's tweets on somebody talking shit
On
on a
Hot Wheels.
very well-liked Republican governor who actively used the National Guard to block U.S. Border Patrol from doing their job, which is pretty cool. I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
everybody didn't like his policy either because they're like, well, we need migrants.
Well, also,
Who will
the
pick the
GOP
fruit?
needs to make up their mind. Do they love Border Patrol or not?
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's so inconsistent. This is my big problem, is they're so inconsistent. Like, just pick a lane.
On anyone accusing Joe Biden's mental acuity, bringing forward allegations there, he blamed it on a stutter and said you were making fun of Joe Biden's stutter. He and many in the media did that. So where's the media? The media love to jump on and say you're all making fun of Biden's stutter. You know, how dare you bring this up? Well, where are you jumping on Jasmine Crockett? Because this is a much clearer reference
Actually,
here
plenty of
to Governor Abbott
Democrats
being in a
have
wheelchair.
criticized
It's
her.
disgraceful
actually.
after the punching comments and taking down Elon Musk. She has a pattern here.
Which
Same thing-
that in and of itself is something to be said. Is like, should they, or should they
don't-
just
I don't really
ignore?
care.
Yeah, like should they just ignore what she's doing?
Give her more
And-
heat by saying it. I don't care.
Yeah, like
She knows what she's doing.
Exactly.
She wanted
it's
to
almost
generate
better.
heat. She got it.
Yeah, it's almost better for her to fall on the sword and the Democrats distance themselves so that they have somebody who can do this kind of thing. And they're like, well, we can't control her. Free speech. You guys like free speech, right?
Yeah, especially when they keep put her in committees with Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yes, yes.
Hi, Kaylee. Are you bae? She looks awful here, though. I don't know what she's doing with her hair, but it's gotta go. Go back to your fucking bitchy sass face that you had when you were press secretary.
I did not switch it again. Whoops. There you go.
Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett of Dallas is drawing criticism for recent comments she made about Governor Greg Abbott and Elon
Heather
Musk.
Hayes
Joining
and
us,
Steve
Steve.
Edgar.
Hi, everybody. I'm Heather
Wow,
Hayes.
that
Her
is
critics
the
say the
most
outspoken Dallas Democrat
news-person-ass
went too
name
far. Fox 4's
duo
Stephen
I
Dial in
could
the
ever
newsroom with
fucking
more.
see.
Stephen.
Representative Jasmine
Stephen
Crockett
Dial.
has risen to
Oh
political
my God.
popularity
What is
with some of her
happening?
off-the-cuff remarks. Now, some of those
Fox
same
Local fucking killing it. Dallas Fort Worth. Wow.
The DEI hires for their names.
The wrong way. Dallas Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett is being called out by other elected officials for her comments last Saturday at a human rights campaign event.
Y'all know we got Governor Hot Wheels down there.
It's fucking funny that it was at a human rights campaign as well.
Come on now. And the only thing hot about him is that he is a hot mess.
Referring to Governor...
Also, the speech is clearly not a serious speech. Like, even if she was, it's clearly not a serious speech. Cry harder.
They will.
Like, if Trump was... If Trump
never
had
stop
done...
crying.
Look, if Trump had done one of those press...
And then when you attack them for what they say, it's my free speech, my censorship.
Yeah, exactly. Right, but imagine if Trump did one of those press dinner things and did a speech and was... I know, but like... And did a speech and had a speech written for him in a comedic sense, in a comedic angle, and was saying some shit that was like... kind of on the edgy side, but like, oh, it's a speech, it's a joke, whatever. Sure, you can be like, oh, okay, but he actually means it. This is the evidence. This is how he's acted before, whatever. The fact of the matter is, it's said in jest or in an unserious speech. I don't think this is really all anything at all.
Some would say all of Trump's speeches are comedy speeches.
Greg Abbott as Hot Wheels. Abbott was partially paralyzed when a tree fell on him decades ago.
I'm gonna move on.
Multiple Texas lawmakers took to social media.
It would have been funny if she moved on by saying, all right, I'm going to keep it rolling.
To condemn
That would have been great.
Crockett for her remarks. Texas Senator John Cornyn saying, quote, Crockett's comments are disgraceful. Can you imagine if a Republican said something like this? It would be on the
they do all the time. Literally all the time. Most of the time, it doesn't even make the news.
Page of the New York Times and all over CNN. I spoke to Crockett Tuesday. She had this to say, quote, I said that he was a hot expletive mess, referencing his terrible policies. Never at any time did I reference his condition. I am even more appalled that the people that unequivocally support Trump, who is known for racially insensitive nicknames and mocking the uniquely abled, are outraged. Keep this energy up for all people, not just your political adversaries.
On March 29th, it's my birthday. And all I want to see happen on my birthday is for Elon to be taken down.
Crockett is also in hot water for this comment she made about Elon Musk, who has been the target of protests and whose Tesla...
Well, at this point, do you want to be a real American? I feel like that's not exactly a title people would want at the moment.
I am a real
Dealerships
American.
have been hit by vandals.
Make
Moments
sure you
after
vote
the
in the
remark,
poll or
Crockett
I'll
gave a
cut your balls
clarification,
off.
saying she did not mean violence towards Musk.
I'm saying that figuratively. Obviously, everything that I am promoting is nonviolent. And so definitely don't want anyone to take that word literal in any way.
Those comments did not sit well with the U.S. Attorney General, Pam Bondi, who thinks Crockett should be censured by Congress.
Go ahead. If she can be censured, if she can be censured for that, then Trump did instigate January 6th. Sorry. Womp womp. That's literally the same statement.
She turns and says, oh, I'm not calling for violence. Well, she is an elected public official, and so she needs to tread very carefully because
Trump was the current U.S. president and encouraged all of his
I love
rabid
these
supporters.
people saying that other people's speech needs to stay in these careful lines.
I like her fake background too. That's cool.
I fucking hate
nothing will
Pam
happen
Bondi.
to Elon Musk.
I'll reach out to Governor Abbott's office to see if he had any response.
And he said,
I apologize.
No. He said, wee.
when I put
He
out
said
the statement.
more
My
weight.
statement was clear.
But you didn't
My
apologize
statement was
for calling
clear.
him Governor
My
Hot Wheels when
statement
he
was
gets
clear.
around in a wheelchair.
I don't know how
understand
many
that's
times
offensive to
I don't
people?
understand
Who
how
have a
many times
disability?
you need me to repeat this to you.
Right, but why won't you apologize?
I put out a statement.
They didn't have an apology.
So read my statement.
I did read it. It's not an apology.
Okay, well, I'm done with
You
this.
don't feel bad
I'm done.
about making fun
I'm
of
done.
someone
I'm
who
done with this.
is in a wheelchair?
I love this. Remember a year ago when we found her? We're like, we can't wait until the Republicans figure it out, until they find her. That's this moment. We've reached it. We've reached that moment. This is that moment in history where she's about to fucking make them lose their minds. And if she keeps this momentum rolling and keeps doing shit, they're gonna keep them distracted targeting her. Probably a good thing. Somebody at some point is gonna say something racist.
They fucking already do.
Look, I explicitly, I'm not saying like
Oh,
in
they're
code.
gonna call her a
I'm
monkey or something.
Something like that. Something is gonna fucking happen. They already say that she's like ghetto and all that sort of shit. I'm not talking about that. That's just like you expect it from Republicans. I'm saying like they're gonna drop mask and fucking unleash. Somebody will. It's only a matter of time.
What don't you mean? Drop trow and unleash?
Calling her Governor Hot Wheels?
Not Governor Hot Wheels.
Representative Jasmine Crockett is addressing backlash over a comment she made
I
about
love
Governor
this.
Greg
More
Abbott at the Human
measles.
Rights Campaign event.
Taking over more measles active
know we got
blast.
Governor Hot Wheels down there. Come on now.
I love how the crowd
She
all
clarified
went,
that she was
whoa!
not talking about his use of
Like
a
it did not
wheelchair,
go
but
well
Governor's
with
choice
that
of
crowd.
transportation to move
No, there was
migrants
some
out of
laughs there.
Texas. Now Republican
Yeah, but it was
lawmakers
still
are planning
like
to introduce a
the-
censure
Whoa!
resolution today.
Edgy.
It was pretty.
Wow. Terrible
Pretty
fucking
edgy.
Ms.
editing
Crockett
as
for
usual
5
from
minutes.
some of these
Yep.
Thank you
local
so
outlets.
much. It should not be surprising that the president is doing everything possible to make it more difficult for the media to hold him accountable and for the public to be informed about his reckless and illegal behavior. Yet here we are. The Republicans have actually organized this goofy hearing to try to convince the American people that PBS and NPR are, quote, domestic terrorists or domestic threats. My apologies. Not the incompetent, unqualified Secretary of Defense who's texting war plans to journalists. But it's y'all, PBS and NPR, the American people are supposed to be worried about. You can't make this up. It's as stupid as it sounds. The American people should be worried about the president threatening to investigate NBC for treason for reporting on his felony convictions, or arresting reporters and stripping networks of their licenses for not saying nice things about him or not using Gulf of America. The Republicans' witness, Mr. Gonzalez, went so far as to suggest that because NPR and PBS reported on the murder of George Floyd, they, quote, represent a danger to our physical health as well as to civic health of our body politics. Ms. Mayor, do you think reporting on the murder of George Floyd and highlighting instances of systemic racism is a domestic threat to America?
Thank you, Congresswoman. I believe it's our responsibility to report on all issues of interest to the American public.
Thank you so much. Ms. Kerger, what about you?
I agree. I think it's important for us to report on the important news of the day.
So let's talk about the critical role of public media. During his first term, President Trump's own Department of Homeland Security highlighted the importance of public broadcasting's role in public safety. In 2018, his administration stated, quote, PBS and local public television stations play a crucial role in protecting communities by delivering essential information to individuals and first responders. These benefits are all made possible by public broadcasting stations' unique reach, reliability, and role across America, and are especially vital in rural and underserved areas.
Our mate, the squid guy, just fucking rips cones on camera. He just straight up rips cones on camera.
I mean, those are cones. Like glassware, it's a little more explicit, but
true. That being said, you don't see the whole bong, you just see the stem. or the neck of it. Sorry.
Yeah.
But yeah, he just fucking rips
just my
cones on
inhaler.
camera. Fucking king shit. All right, let's watch One Piece and rip some cones. I fucking love it.
Areas. Madam Chairwoman, I would ask unanimous consent. I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record the 28th.
Without objection, so ordered.
And Madam Chair, I also seek unanimous consent to enter into the record the 2019 report titled Modernizing the Nation's Public Alert and Warning System from Trump's.
Without objection, so ordered.
In the report, FEMA encouraged, quote, the use of public broadcast capabilities to expand alert, warning, and communication capabilities to fill gaps in rural and underserved areas. Mr. Ullman, what's a more significant domestic threat, reporting the murder of George Floyd or dismantling most of America's emergency communication systems?
Can you please repeat the question for me?
Hey, everyone watching, go and
vote in the poll.
That too, but go and populate the Rumble chat. Turn the volume off. Just go sit in it and put the views up, and maybe we can bait some chuds in. If the views have a decent amount.
Hey, Congresswoman.
Which one is more of a threat? Reporting the murder of George Floyd or dismantling most of America's emergency communication systems?
Dismantling the emergency systems.
And isn't it true that in Barrow, Alaska is the only, isn't it true that KBRW-AM in Barrow, Alaska is the only broadcast service available in an area of more than 90,000 square miles?
That is correct. It's also the North Slope, where the majority of all the oil production that comes from Alaska takes place.
Thank you so much. And isn't it true that without these stations' broadcast, Americans in rural communities would lack access to life-saving information and public safety alerts?
That is correct.
So in your opinion, would eliminating funding for stations in rural America like WNGH, Channel 18, and the Chairwoman's District hurt Americans?
It would hurt Americans, yes.
In fact, Georgia Public Broadcasting serves as the official distributor of evacuation route information during state-ordered evacuations, and the chairwoman is here advocating to strip their funding. Look, the Doge agenda isn't about government efficiency. It's about breeding corruption at the expense of the safety of the American people, particularly Americans living in rural or remote parts of the country. They don't care about public safety. They don't care about emergency management, and they don't care about free speech, all of which are harming American people. In fact, I'm going to skip off real quick because they have tried to come for you, Ms. Mayor, and I just want to clarify, you did not work for NPR when those statements were made, did you?
That is correct, Madam
And to
Chair.
be clear, free speech is not about whatever it is that y'all want somebody to say. And the idea that you want to shut down everybody that is not Fox News is bullshit. We need to stop playing because that's what y'all are doing in here. You don't want to hear the opinions of anybody else, and the Constitution says Congress shall make no law respecting or establishing of religion or
Hey, we
prohibiting
got
the
to see
free
the full
exercise
thing that
thereof
Fox
or
News
abridging
was cutting off.
Yes.
First they cursed, now they thirst.
Look, it's the
for
Geck guy.
blood. Jasmine Crockett is upping their temper tantrums.
Instead of playing
now
Gutfeld,
saying the only way Democrats
you
can
want to
win
watch
elections
that R.M. Brown video?
Sure.
And then we'll watch a movie. Because we got it. Jasmine Crockett's based. We can throw up a Sudan report, maybe. I don't know what else I sent you.
Which one?
I think I sent a PBS report from Sudan. But there's an
Yeah, you
R.M.
did.
Brown video in there that I sent. It's towards the top.
Yeah, I'm just going to find the Sudan ones.
Generally speaking,
Generally speaking.
adult baby.
Hey, leave that thing alone, man.
Boom, boom, boom, boom, boom.
Oh.
Oh, wow, okay.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
That's a robot from China.
Did
And
the
judging by that
deciding
video,
vote
people are
work?
beating up these robots. The AI robot takeover has already begun, and people are not having it in China. So they're giving them one of these. Hey, whoa! That thing didn't do.
Literally, right? Go to your local town, go to your local council town hall, whatever bullshit, right? Ask them if they can set up a radio station that people can rent out and use and broadcast to a radio station that's free. It costs nothing to set up, basically. It costs, like, microphones and equipment, and that's about it. I don't think that would be an awful idea. It'd naturally have people trying shit. It would give... If it costs people nothing and all you can do is rent out times, then it gives people an opportunity. And if it's at every single local place, and you have somebody curating it, working there, doing something, helping people, I don't know. Probably not a bad idea. I don't know. I'm just spitballing.
Do anything to you, man. Give them a
It
break.
would also probably get very quickly populated by fascists.
I can't really... I can't really tell if this is real or not. But it is in a tweet. So it must be real.
We'll be right back.
It does not apply. Like, it really doesn't work. It's also... There's a thing...
Go ahead, Joe.
When an all-white country wants to stay all-white, where people get very nervous of it. If you have,
Joe?
You know, let's say
What?
China.
Uh-huh.
Like, China is Chinese people. We all agree that it's filled primarily with Chinese people. There's people that live there.
Great
from
point, Joe.
All walks of life.
Guy's trying to get a new drop. I know what you're doing, Joe. You're trying to get on the board some more.
Generally speaking,
No.
Chinese people look Chinese.
You know, you get up to about the 1960s, 1970s.
No, I did not.
And, you know, you can look it up. This isn't like a conspiracy theory. It's the first things that come up on Google if you look it up.
Okay, I'll check it out.
You know, Ireland is on track to be minority Irish by like 2070 or something like that. And it's like
it's a
massive
side effect of
diaspora.
genocide.
You know, people think of diversity as like
It definitely helps.
every place on the planet
Right?
should
Ireland
look
could have
like
a
Jackson Heights in
repatriation
New York,
program
and like
and
then
it
we're
would
diverse.
thrive.
It would solve the problem, yeah.
But they
Does
don't
anybody
need to,
with Irish blood?
because having a minority Irish in the country doesn't matter.
No. No. Like, if they did a repatriation thing, that would be
I would certainly
great
like
for
them
them.
to. That would be cool for me. I would rather live there than here.
That's fair. That would be interesting. They would be the country to do it, too.
Diverse, but to me that's not diversity at all. Diversity is I go to Ireland and it's Irish. I go to China and it's Chinese. I go, you know what I mean? Like, and turning it all into sort of a.
Okay, yeah. Keep them all separate, I guess.
You know what's funny about that?
All right.
Oh, God damn it.
Oh, God damn it. Today we're looking at my
Going
main
to
man.
China and being
the
like,
top
oh, this is
getter of
authentic
views.
Chinese culture. Like, okay,
Joe Rogan.
moron.
Go.
Like, you're making...
One thing I learned
you're
about Joe
making
Rogan
a
is that he
point
really,
opposite of
Joe
the
Rogan really
racism
likes
that you're
these
trying to
history
do.
podcasts.
You're
history
showing that the
programs.
culture doesn't matter and it can just be recreated.
Where it's like a guy telling a history story, but it's like a
Japan
movie,
is
you know?
right there,
Like, there's a
you
bunch of these
idiot.
kind of stupid podcasts. I imagine they're all like this. It's like, the year is 1610. A guy's walking down.
Yeah, Japan just doesn't have immigration laws. Like, they don't allow people really to become citizens. So that's why Japan stays Japanese, because foreigners fucking leave. Because they basically get isolated out of the country. It's very interesting. It's a fucking fascinating country, Japan. But it's not like this rabid nationalism that China has. Korea is the same. Korea is very Korean.
I just fucking
Like-
hate this shit when they want to fucking, like, use the Irish as their fucking card. You know, whether it's trying to implicate us in this fucking downplay of slavery or shit. Like, fuck off, bro. Like, y'all are the ones who fucking genocided the Irish. Don't fucking use them as fucking tokens now. Fucking Anglican fucking white motherfuckers.
But yeah, though China, Japan, and Korea mostly. I'm not so sure about Mongolia. I'll take your word for it. But yeah, those three countries, mainly China and Japan, basically just like invaded each other and fucked each other over.
Also,
and
what is
stole each
fucking
other's
Irish
languages
culture?
and
River dancing and shit?
Yeah.
Seriously.
Killing the British is Irish culture.
But, like, what goes away if they're a minority? For real.
Nothing would change.
The pubs are still going to be themed, aren't they? And that's what you want, the amusement park of it. You want to go to China and be like, haha, look at all the Chinese. I'm in Disneyland. It's like an amusement park. These people are here for my amusement.
Hey, look, dancing Irish.
Yeah, there's, you know, you see the fucking racists lose their minds because a fucking black girl was a fucking dancer for a fucking in Ireland in an Irish group.
No, I didn't.
Yeah. Crybabies because a fucking black girl was good at fucking dancing a fucking gay little dance where you fucking skip around and tap your shoes. You a fucking little
Whatever the
leprechaun.
version of a road was in 1610. He's walking down there and he looks over and he sees something that'll change everything for a long time, man. And that guy's name was Alexander the Great. And that was the day that he was like, I'm going to do some history stuff. Anyway, check out BetterHelp.com, by the way. That's the podcast. That's the history movie podcast. They keep plugging BetterHelp. Talking about Alexander the Great or whatever crap, and they keep plugging BetterHelp. Ridge Wallet, some weird vape that is trying to get you to stop vaping. Like, Joe Rogan really loves that kind of stuff, you know? Like he really blew up Dan... What's the guy's name? Dan Carlin. Dan Carlin, Hardcore History. I've listened to maybe like 15 seconds of that show. It's that kind of thing. The year's 1802.
A man walks down a street.
Back then, the streets were made of paper and dynamite.
You did not want to be alive during that time.
I'm going to do a history podcast like that, just making things up, lying. But Joe found another guy like that, a Dan Carlin history crap kind of guy. But he's a lunatic, apparently.
How would you assess Winston Churchill? I thought Churchill was the chief villain of the Second World War.
Okay.
Now, he didn't kill the most people. He didn't commit the most atrocities.
Critical of FDR, or if you're critical of Joseph
not about
Stalin,
criticism,
I suppose,
is it?
also.
Hey, shut up,
I'm
man.
just saying, the law means you're downplaying Hitler. It just
it's
simply does
that.
not follow.
One at a time,
actually,
man.
I don't agree with you, because if you actually say,
I don't
as
agree
a
with you.
statement of fact,
right,
the chief villain of the Second World War is Winston Churchill, and you don't say it was Hitler, then
It's
I'm
also
afraid,
what's
I'm
not
afraid what
said.
you are doing, as Seth said earlier, what you are doing, Dave, you are downplaying.
Okay.
Wow. Weird.
Even other kind of crazy people on the internet are like, that guy's too crazy. That Joe Rogan history guest is too
weird.
Like, a generally fine statement is the Nazis were the bad guys, the Axis were the bad guys, there were no good guys. Like, that's the best description that I've come up with. There were no good guys. You know what I found out? I found out that Stalin was in talks with the Allies and the Nazis and chose to finish
the
pact with the Nazis.
The fucking Allies were also working with the Nazis when they were fighting
Yes.
Stalin.
Mhm.
While they were fighting the Nazis. Yeah, it's just how war goes.
Yeah.
I don't know why people would be
but this was
surprised about
before the
this.
war even happened. But they love to bring up these treaties, these list of treaties that the Allies made with the Nazis and shit. But only one pact started World War II. Only one pact allowed the
also,
Nazis to not
you
have
the
an
privilege
Eastern
of
Front.
Hindsight.
This is true. This is very
like
true.
you put yourself in the times, you know, you would probably be saying like avoid war with Hitler for a while until everyone
It was
started coming
unavoidable?
around and everyone realized what was actually going down.
Yeah.
Like, to the average British person, do you really think they gave a fuck that Poland got invaded?
No, there's no way.
In the 1940s? They didn't.
No.
They didn't fucking care. That, like, to the British, you had to think about it, like, the fact that Hitler bombed Britain. Like, the British feel like how the Americans feel now, where they're like, oh, we got water between us. That's over in Eastern Europe. That's the poor part of Europe. We don't even consider Europe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then the like bombs started hitting Berlin, hitting London, and shit got real for everyone real quick.
Yeah.
But this
Also,
that's
Churchill
a fair point.
was voted out of office.
Yeah. Like, he wasn't a good guy. We don't need to
can't,
lie
like-
about that.
Like who gives a fuck about him?
Yeah. It's just like this. You don't need to revise history. You just need to talk about the actions of these people and not romanticize it. Like, these people weren't good people. They're politicians. They just happened to be the politicians at the time of the
FDR was
wars.
fine. Truman was
Sure.
okay too, even though he almost nuked Korea and did nuke Japan.
Sure.
But he was
So
fine.
that was just to show the Soviets.
This I don't know. I mean, this guy is on a different strand, isn't he? But it's quite interesting that this guy's ended up here. Well, as far as I can see, this guy's all of his facts are wrong. Look, if you look at the 1940s and you decide that Churchill's the baddie, you're not in a good place.
Right.
The war.
Okay, 500,000 views on this clip. Check out this transition here from the master of interviews, PBD.
But anyways,
Okay,
that's it.
okay, right,
That's it.
right, right.
If you've not looked into it and see his interviews, I don't even want to go there because it's going to throw everybody off. Okay, so let me ask you another question here for you. Jews, okay? Israel.
So what is this? This is 11 days ago. 1 million views. Whoa. Like 6 months ago, this guy went on the Tucker. That's this guy.
That is how you don't.
YouTube. If you want to watch that interview, that's on YouTube. In that interview, we learned that you're a moron. But this guy went on Tucker Carlson's program, and he's like, "Well, what the hell did he say? Oh, Winston Churchill was the true bad guy of. I wonder why people find you a bit sus."
I don't really have time for that, but I have looked at his Twitter. I have looked at his posts. He's described himself as a fascist.
Okay.
He puts up side-by-side photos of Hitler after having invaded France, standing in front of the Eiffel
Yikes.
Tower with his Nazi soldiers next to him. And he puts that side-by-side with the drag display that happened at the Paris Olympics. And he says what happened in France under Hitler with that invasion was infinitely preferable to what just happened at the Paris Olympics.
Okay. Okay, what the hell does Joe have to say about all this? Just
That's
listen to
this
this.
guy that said that.
If you have some, like,
Yes.
I don't know, what, younger
Right.
cousin or something? Some uncle who listens to Joe
So
Rogan, just play this. And be like,
he's just a Nazi.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
What do you
Joe
get
Rogan
out of
had a
this
Nazi
exactly?
on.
Here we go.
South migrants there now, but a lot of Eastern Europeans come in there for work. Yeah, it kind of varies from country to country.
It's interesting because I do agree that
It
it's
is.
cool that you go to places and they're uniquely, like, I love Scotland. You go to Scotland, it's uniquely Scottish. You know, you go to places, you get
Somebody
to take
posted
part
today,
in their
what
way of life, like,
exactly
to see
is
the
the
world.
UAE's foreign policy strategy? And someone quote tweeted, "Step 1, choose the most evil position possible. Step 2, lose."
That's
Because,
very funny.
You know, Sudan. You know,
Yeah.
the RSF just got
Mhm.
just fucking wiped.
Are they gone?
I mean,
gone
they're
now?
going to be in the... No, they're still in Darfur and shit. That's going to
Yeah,
be a fucking... You know,
Bloodbath.
like, people are going to be fucking dying in Darfur for decades.
Yeah. Okay.
But they're fucking... The capital is under the control of the army. RSF is effectively lost the war now.
Interesting. It would just be insurgency.
No, they still have
Not
to take
necessarily?
all the ground back and shit, but...
Okay.
They effectively lost the war without the capital.
Yeah.
That's the thing is that the RSF has been able to hold the capital this whole time.
Oh, okay.
And
Yeah,
they
okay.
took it with a fucking blitz. They
Oh,
can't
shit.
fucking do a blitz again, you know? They can't do a surprise attack where they start taking over streets with fucking their fucking... Because they had access to army assets before, too.
Because they held the capital.
Well, because they were part of the army before.
And
They were
that's
their
all
own
gone.
division of the armed forces.
Yeah.
So
And now
they
that's
had
all
those
gone.
assets.
Good. Fuck those cunts.
World through their culture and the way they view things. It's interesting. But I
Okay.
also love the melting pot of America.
No,
I love
Joe.
it. And I come from immigrants. My grandparents came here during the early parts of the 1900s. So it'd be insanely hypocritical of me to deny someone who came from another country
Right.
an opportunity.
You voted for Donald Trump.
Just wait. Let him finish.
To partake in this place.
Okay.
But it's coordinated, and I
Okay.
think that they're doing it in America for a lot of bizarre reasons that
Coordinated.
you
Alright.
could attribute to trying to
Boy.
stack states and trying to overwhelm Democratic voter registration in swing states.
Now,
Okay,
can
great.
we just stop
So I
for
guess
a second? What shirt is Joe Rogan wearing? And why, during the fucking Nazi interview, would you take something that literally looks like Jewish Ulster? Like, that looks like a hate group shirt, does it not?
A little bit. It's definitely a six-pointed star.
And it looks like a red fist, the red hand of, you know, that's the fucking loyalist hand, bro. The green as well, you know, awfully sus. That's all I'm
just
saying.
the type of shirt color he wears.
I know. But it's everything together.
I reckon I can find this shirt. Just give me a sec.
Oh, I'm sure. You could, you'd have to figure out, like, I don't know what it actually says on it either. Hit play, we don't got the time for this.
Yeah.
That's what happened with both mine and Joe's, you know, whatever, great-great-grandfather or whatever. I'ma go to America for the free healthcare there. Oh no, I made a bad mistake. I mean, you know, like a decade or more ago. Or maybe when like podcasts first started. I think I listened to a few Joe Rogans and I was like, oh, this is like, what vitamins do I need to take? Okay, I guess I'll check this out. Oh, I should do different kind of exercises. Okay. Does this need to be 2 hours long? Or like Bobby Lee or somebody comes on there? Okay, I'll listen to that. But if I were like a Joe Rogan listener at any point, and he's like, look, you know, and his guest is like, look, I don't think the mixing... Look, hey, whoa, people are saying that I'm some kind of Nazi guy or something. I never said that.
I found it.
Who is this guy? Thompson?
No idea.
I see it's a sheriff star. Nobody talked to this guy about about how this represents... Like, there's a lot of fucking messaging. It's like putting on like a swastika in Asia. Maybe you don't notice it there, but as soon as you leave Asia, suddenly it becomes a real important symbol that you need to be aware of. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff going on there. A lot of shit. Even the font is kind of like, I don't know.
I'm gonna try and find where this shirt actually comes from. Okay, I got more. I got a clearer picture here of a different design.
Oh my goodness.
Aspen, Colorado, 1970. Hunter S. Thompson.
Oh, okay, it's a Hunter S. Thompson shirt.
Okay.
Okay, Hunter S. Thompson did this specifically as a joke then, to make it look fashy as shit.
I'm very surprised that I was able to find that.
I just don't think the racist
with like literally just the top section. I thought it was a bear paw print or some shit.
Be mixing, and they should all stay in their own place. What? Why people say this stuff on the internet, man? So if I was listening to a show where a guy's like, look, I don't think people should be mixing their cultures, and then the other guy, the host, is like, well, you know, my great-grandfather or whatever crap came over here, and he is very grateful, and I'm glad you could do that. But also, I don't like that. I think I would be like, this is just two weirdos rambling. Why am I listening? Get it? Call me when you get back to the vitamin talk, maybe.
Like, what are you talking about? Like, we had this guy Flint Dibble on in an article, and he was talking about Graham, and he's connecting Graham to white supremacy and all this crazy shit.
The girls are fighting. The girls are fighting.
Because of the Atlantis theory. It's the
Flint Dibble. This is another thing I wonder about with the Joe Rogan audience. Do they know who the hell he's talking about? Who are these people? Oh, Flint Dibble. Oh, no, Flint Dibble. Flint Dibble. Oh, good God. Oh, Lord have mercy, please come down and save us. Flint Dibble is in a feud. Flint Dibble is in a feud with, like, Joe Rogan's audience knows all this lore. Oh, man, did you hear? You're at work or something. Oh, man, did you guys hear? Flint Dibble is in a... I can't say Flint Dibble.
Flint Dibble is in a massive feud with Baron Von Butterscotch.
These are just like celebrities that Joe Rogan created, and now they're all like at war with each other. I like that. Oh, Flint Dibble tried to kick Ari Shafir's ass, and then the World War II revisionist guy tried to kick Flint Dibble's ass also.
It's gross. It's beyond lazy. It's not lazy. It's really cheap.
I
It's
am
like
not,
cheap
Joe.
insults, and it's also from academia, which is so disappointing.
Yes.
You know, I mean, academia has been so captured by this mind virus of leftism that it's just.
Sure, it has. Okay.
After nearly
Then
2
movie.
years of brutal civil war between Sudan's army and the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, a potential turning point. The army recaptured the presidential palace and the center of the capital city, Khartoum, last week. Our William Brangham gets a dispatch from the ground.
Tens of thousands of people have been killed in Sudan's civil war, and the fighting has triggered the biggest humanitarian crisis in the world, with an estimated 14.6 million people displaced. Both sides are credibly accused of
John.
committing war crimes, and the U.S. is accused the
Can you just do something for me? Can you go just off camera, so just the ears are sticking up above camera, and line it up with his head? No. You need to leave the camera there. You need to line it up yourself. I just want, while he's talking, to sit there with the lit up cat ears and the mohawk. So if you can move the camera up a little bit, so it looks like just above your eyes. Almost. We're almost there.
paramilitaries of committing a genocide. The New York Times' Declan Walsh is in Khartoum, and he joins us now. Declan, thank you so much for being here.
That was so epic.
He'll come back. Let him run.
You and photographer Ivor Prickett were among the first into Khartoum after the army made these substantial gains and retook the center of the city and the presidential palace. Can you tell us what it is you first saw when you entered the city?
We found when we crossed the River Nile into that city centre area that until just days earlier had been held by the RSF for the previous 2 years. We found these scenes of utter destruction, almost apocalyptic. We drove along the Nile, all of the buildings, the government buildings that symbolize power and authority in Sudan, the army headquarters, various ministries, and finally getting to the presidential palace, they all lay in ruins. There were destroyed cars everywhere. Many shops had been looted, and it was just this picture of a city that has been really bent low after 2 years of war.
You reported that there is still fighting ongoing outside of the city. So is there any sense that this victory by the army could be a turning point in the war?
I think there's little doubt, William, that this is certainly a major moment in the war. The paramilitaries had held the capital from the first days of the conflict in April 2023 until just last week. And now they've lost it. So that is certainly going to change the dynamic of the war until, certainly the end of last year, the United States and Arab and African countries were leading efforts to try and find some sort of diplomatic or negotiated settlement to this conflict. But that does not appear to be in view right now. The leaders on both sides have made it clear that they want to try and settle this militarily. And in fact, the Sudanese military, its leader just some days ago in a speech made it clear that he sees this the gains against RSF as a step towards retaking the capital entirely, and then, as he puts it, to ending the war.
This war, as you have so ably documented, has been an absolute humanitarian nightmare for the people of Sudan. What is the current status of that humanitarian crisis?
It's extremely serious. Since we've been here, we have traveled around parts of the city that had changed hands in recent weeks and months, and we met many people who were in a dire situation. People with no water, no electricity, in many cases for the last 2 years. malnourished children in extremely badly provisioned hospitals, some of them literally gasping for life. And their parents told us that they had been living in areas where they were unable to get any food, or certainly very meager food rations, because of the fighting. There are aid groups that have accused both sides in the war of using food as a weapon of war, of denying food access to humanitarian groups in areas that are controlled by their enemies. And we certainly saw on the ground here the really dire consequences of all of those factors coming together. And that's just here in Khartoum, in the capital. Out in the west of Sudan, in particular in the area of Darfur, conditions are in many cases even worse. A famine has officially been declared already in parts of Darfur.
Do you have any sense as to whether the Sudanese army, if they are able to continue to hold the upper hand, would be interested in trying to ameliorate that humanitarian crisis?
Certainly both sides in this war are very keen to show that they are for the people. And the Sudan military has said that it intends to, after it recaptures the capital. We spoke with senior generals today who told us they think it could be just a matter of weeks before the capital is fully back in the military's hands. They say that they will start to rebuild. They've already started to encourage some people, some Sudanese who've been displaced to cities hundreds of miles away, to start returning home. But to be honest, when you look around the scale and intensity of the devastation in this city, one of the huge questions that looms is just how the Sudanese are going to set about rebuilding this broken city. There are no estimates yet of how much that would cost, but you can only imagine that it would be a huge figure, and it's hard to know right now where that money might come from.
All right, that is New York Times reporter Declan Walsh from Khartoum, along with photographer Ivor Prickett. Thank you so much for sharing your reporting with us.
Thank you, William.
All right. Sudan update. Little Sudan update. Oh, look, a forehead.
I mean, you can start transitioning to bong slot. I'll be right over.
Okay. Hello.
Was that as funny for you guys as it was for me?
Okay. Rumble is fucking off. Right now. Lots of forehead. Ponytail. It's getting longer. I still can't tie the back of my hair up because it leaves like a bunch at the front. And it looks stupid and defeats the whole purpose of me doing this, which is to keep the hair out of my face. Okay. YouTube is going next. YouTube is over. It is done. Where is it?
I bid you good day, sir. I bid you good day.
Thank you for tuning in. Actually, I'll send link. Hold on. Come watch movie. Click on link. It should be running. Let me see. Yep. We be running. We be going. We be running. YouTube is going. Goodbye. Goodbye.
I bid you good